Oh no, it died again. Welcome to the stream, everybody. It's a ghost stream. Ghost stream chat. Let's go. Who needs it? We've got it. We've got a ghost stream going. It's going. It's going great. It's going fine. How is everybody? Thank you very much for tuning in. Let's try this and this. There we go. This is a shit camera. Obviously, I decided to do a Saturday stream today. I hardly ever do Saturday streams, but here we are. And obviously, my camera decided to break this morning, which is why you're seeing me adjust it live, because this is what we've got to do. So I'm currently using a shitty webcam. What's that focus though? What's that focus though? But welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. It's not going to be like this for the entirety of the stream. It just needed an extra face cam so I can do this. We have a better camera over there. And another camera's died. My face camera. So basically, my face cameras don't want to play with each other. That's what we're playing. That's fine. We'll deal with it in a bit. Welcome to the stream. My name's Mikey. Thank you very much for tuning in. I've got a big stream today. I've got the entirety of Kill Team. To paint up today. It's just a fucking shit show today, isn't it? I'm just a shit show. There we go. I've got the entirety of Kill Team to paint today. My camera decided to die. As you can see, this one's being pretty shy. Why is the encoder overloaded? Oh dear. This is what happens when you go, you know what, I'm going to stream on Saturday. My computer just goes, nah, you're not. It just goes, nah, bro. Okay, 1 second. Why are some tabs open? I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. Go away. Go away. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't even need that. There we go. We fixed it. Yeah, my computer's like really having a fart with me this morning, so thank you very much for tuning in. Hope you're all doing well. My name's Mikey. Today we're going to be painting the entirety of Kill Team. I've got until around 4:30 today, so around 5.5 hours. Sorry, 6.5 hours. And I'd like to paint all of Kill Team so we can do some filming with it. Like the camera is just not having fun. I might have to BRB and fix everything. It is really not having a great time there, is it? That is, I'm gonna BRB. Give me a BRB. Right, okay, I think I fixed it. Yeah, if you ever decide to yourself to become a streamer, don't bother. It's not worth it. Fucking nightmare. But thank you very much for tuning in. My apologies. Obviously, as you can see, live, I'm having tech issues. But we should be okay now. If we just double check the hobby, because my face camera's died there as well. I just want to get this one up so I can actually talk to you while I do it, because that makes a lot of sense. We should be okay there. Right, okay, the hobby side is working. This side's working. We're on to a winner. So, yeah, so I've got the entirety of Kill Team to paint. As you can see, if I go like this, you can see loads of Kill Team. Hello, everyone. I'm over here. But we're going to paint the whole thing today. I'm going to try and paint the Imperial Breaches as well. So that is the plan. Let us know what you're up to today. Are you up to anything exciting today? Are you painting? Are you chilling? Are you herring of the dogging? Are you just having a great time? Let me know. So we're going to start with the terrain, and I'm not 100% sure how I want to paint the breaches. I could paint them box art. So let's have a look at Imperial Breaches. This is probably going to break. Yeah, my face is broke. Anyway, you don't need to see me for this. That literally doesn't matter anyway. So like, yeah, they've got like these ones. These are like box art style. So maybe this color scheme. So like blue undercoats and then like a bronze armor. But these really give me a big Dead Space vibe. So if we go Isaac Clarke, Dead Space, they give me a big Dead Space vibe, you know, like maybe not that one, like this one. So I'm almost tempted to do something like this instead of this. That's very bright. It's very Games Workshop. But that's really cool. But I'm not 100% sure because it's all black. It's black with a bit of metal. It's very subtle. So I'm not 100% sure how I want to paint them yet. Like, that looks sick. I love Dead Space. I can't wait for the remake. Fucking love Dead Space. That looks really good. And I really like the colour combo. So maybe I just take some of those aspects and put them onto here. So I do like... it'd have to be just like black clothes, wouldn't it? But I don't know if that's going to look rubbish. That's my problem. I don't want it to look rubbish. That's my real problem. I don't want it to look rubbish. So I could go with this because it's safe. It looks fine. Or I could try and mix it up and go something along these lines. But I think I'll probably definitely do like the armor is going to be the same. And the eyes will change. So whether I do anything with this, I might do that metal as well. But then it's too much metal. Oh, there's so many choices, chat. Silver base coat with black and red contrast onto. Yeah, like I'm gonna do like silver base coat with like a wash over there. It's the undersuit that I'm worried about. But it's because there's red on there, it really works. Where I'm not gonna have blood all over it. That looks sick. It looks so good. However, I think I've just realised what the problem is. I think it's I'm recording to 2 different hard drives, so I might have to fix that in a second. Because I'm recording, or maybe it's not. I don't know what it's doing. It's just really not helping. It's not really doesn't want to work with me today. But we're gonna paint the terrain first because that I've already decided on. And there's actually a really good video we're gonna quickly watch just for like a mental reminder for me. By Annie. You know, Annie's Miniatures. I've got to find it because she has a bit of a funky username, which is kind of maybe something I should say she should change. But she's called Annie. There we go. I keep going for my stream deck, which is over there as well. So yeah, so this is her channel. Really good channel, and like she's done like a really good painting videos that I've watched, which I really enjoy. But she did like Gallo Dark terrain, super fast kill team into the dark.
Gallo Dark is a space
Let's hold music.
Spaceships, alien infestations, and dark passages, ready to take the lives of any foolish enough to enter its depths. Unfortunately, at the moment, it looks more like the Gallo Grey, the Grey Dark.
So I've like
and so in this video, I'm going to speed
also,
paint
there's some
the terrain
tickets
set to get it looking from this to something like this. In just
like, doesn't that look mint? It's so simple yet so effective. Because it's terrain, you don't want to spend like hours and hours on it. This just looks really good.
Few steps.
It's so simple. So we're going to be using this. This is going to be carrying me today. This is going to be absolutely carrying me.
The Galadark terrain set is a bunch of interlocking walls and column pieces, as well as a whole heap of scatter terrain. The full set assembled is actually pretty intimidating, but as you'll see, you can put as much or as little effort into it as you like and still get great results. If you've seen my last Kill Team Terrain video, you'll know that speed and overall feel or aesthetic is the goal here, rather than picking out every detail.
So that's the other problem is like loads of different
Here are the
stuff.
paints I used, although any set of colours that roughly match this will work. I've got a black spray and a dark brown spray, and make
pass forward a little bit.
bright orange,
basically
and rising Vallejo, and a black. And then I sprayed all the walls, the columns and the caps brown, as well as most of the parts that stick into the walls, like the vents and end pieces. The scatter
I have done this. I've done all of this. I've not done the little scatter walls, so I was going to do those separately.
I sprayed silver, and the ammo crates I sprayed green, just for some
I'm going to airbrush this. I don't have green.
variation. So here's a quick demonstration of the main steps.
Look how easy
of the
this
walls.
is. She's just
Starting
slapping it with a
mortar
brush.
and ground,
It's
you want to
so good.
stipple all over the walls, making sure to stay as random as possible. Then move on to Jakara orange mixed into the brown, stipple a bit less. Then finally stipple Riser Rust over just some of the higher parts. This is not
Absolute
exact,
Chad editing
it's not
from Annie
precise,
here.
it's
She's,
just
like,
fun.
smashed
Repeat
it.
that across the whole set, which actually doesn't take as long as you might think, and it looks
That's how we're going to paint all of Kill Team in one day. We're going to copy another creator's video and smash it. What was your holiday paint news? Where's the tan? I do have a tan. It's just this camera sucks. It's just this camera sucks. I've been back a week now anyway. Why is my fucking thing struggling so much? I'm going to unplug this camera while I'm not over here. It's so annoying. Oh, Annie's here actually. Good luck in the scene. It took me ages even doing speed painting style. Well, I've got one whole day to do it, Annie, and it's thanks to you. This camera's terrible. I'm just gonna go over there. I'm fed up of this now. I'm just gonna go over there. So we're looking at Annie's. Basically, she let's have a quick look. She smashes it with some stippling.
You could probably leave it here if you're going for a really rusty, more color steel color. This kind of brings out the detail and picks out the high points.
No
I
questions
used to make up
asked.
every pieces,
And then wash it.
also knocking
and then
back
it's
some
done.
color steps left.
I'll probably
First,
go in and do some screens
finally,
like
I used
here.
lilac oxide to more color.
But probably with the airbrush.
For corrosion. The walls are so
Yeah, done.
characterful. The set
Done.
is so dense.
3 minutes. I bet I can paint it in 3 minutes. Let's have a go. Let's stream today, and then everything just wants to die, including myself. Right, there we go. We're moving, we're grooving. So I've primed everything. I've Zenethiel primed it black and brown. We've got a couple of things to set up because I don't need to see that video. I need to see. That's that. We're nearly there, chat. We're nearly there, I promise. I just realised I could have done this on that. There you go. Right, I've got a better setup so I can actually see chat. I can see my camera as well. I can see everything. We're good. We're doing good. Looking forward to seeing how it turns out. Thanks, Annie. Thanks for the video. It's really good. Make sure you go and subscribe to Annie. She's really good. So we've got all the breaches. Zenethiel primed, as you can see. We've got them Zenethiel primed. And what's the sound like? Let me know. If the sound okay, be quite too loud, too quiet. Let me know. Boosh. There we go. So yeah, I basically Zenethiel primed everything. I've also masked it up with a bit of masking tape. So we're going to start with, we're going to leave all the silver stuff in here. I'm going to move the minis over here. And when we put the wash on, that's when we'll start working on the other stuff. We'll leave that here. We need all the brown stuff. Also what I did is, as well as masking off the walls, because basically these all slot together. And if you have paint on there, it sounds like it's going to be a pain to take on and off. I watched Guerrilla Miniature Games' video as well, and he had a similar problem. What I also did is these are all the connecting walls. These are like the corners and stuff. So what I thought I'd do is push them together and then put the lids on, because one, it makes them a lot easier to paint because I've got something to hold rather than like three individual pieces like this. But also it means that it's self-masking itself, so that fit is nice and loose. Because if there's paint there, if there's a layer on the inside, layer on there, this is going to get really tight and really hard to take on and off, and you're supposed to be able to like move it around. So I put them all together as much as I could, and then it felt like it's going to make it a lot easier to paint. So I've got a bunch of these to paint rather than like a bunch of individual parts. This is all the stuff we're going to be slapping with Mornfang Brown. And then I think it's Joker Orange and then Rise of Rust, which I'm pretty sure I've got all of. But there is a lot of it. That's the problem. There's so much of it. There is a lot. This is why we speed painting, gamers. This is all the stuff we've got to do brown and rusty. So all of this, which is basically nothing, is a different colour. This is why we start with the terrain. Get the terrain out of the way. The breaches, they will take not quite as long. So, hey Ian, how's it going? This is what we're working with. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get a production line, grab it, smash it, bam, done. So we're going to put all this over there. The problem is with stuff like this, and it's the bits that gets the heart, like it's really hard for motivation. So there's so many little bits. So I think what you're best off doing is, rather than doing like all the big bits and all the little bits, is one big, one little, one big, one little. I think that's what I'm going to try and do, to try and like break it up a little bit, and it'll feel like the pile's going down a lot quicker, because when you get to all the little bits you think you're done, but you're not, because you've got all the little bits to do. So I'm going to count these medium walls as big bits, but you know. So what we start with is some Mornfang Brown. Let's go. I haven't painted in like a week and a half, if not 2 weeks. Full screen. Oh, I need to click on this, then click. There we go. Morning. Hey Rich, how are you? I had a look at this stuff in Leeds yesterday. There's a lot of it. There is a hell of a lot, that's for sure. I could do with a really big brush. I want a big round brush, a big stipple brush. Big stipply brush. I've got makeup brushes. I haven't really thought this far ahead. I'm not really sure what brush I'm going to use, to be honest. I've got... That's my really good dry brush. I'm not going to use that. I could use this. This is going to be good for stippling, but it's very hard. So my screen is crashed on here, which is always good. It doesn't look like it's struggling. I don't know. There you go, it's caught up. Is the stream bad, guys, or is it any good? Let us know. I've got this one. This is an older one. We can use that one. Oh, we've got... We've got like this. This could work, but it's a bit soft. That's the problem. Boy, it's quite round, which is nice. What else we got in here? I want a round brush, really. Round, stickly brush. I've got this one as well, which is very large. Also solid. Maybe that one. It's got a bit more give to it than this one. But it's got more shape than that one. Okay. We're just going to use a dry palette today. Just because we're stippling, we don't need a we don't need like a fancy palette. Don't need a wet palette today. Okay. Oh, that's good. I 3D printed a kitchen roll holder and it just fell off. I think it might need a little bit of bully tack or something in there. Just everything's falling apart today, gamers. You know when you sometimes when you have one of those days, I feel like today's that day and I really don't want it to be. Where everything just breaks and falls apart and doesn't really want to work with you. Today's turning out to be that day. But what are you doing? Let me know. What are you up to today? Let me use this one. Oh, palette. What are you up to today? What are you? I say you're painting. You're chilling. Okay, so we've got some Mornfang Brown. We can get some paint on there. This is what's scary. Stippling is like really weird to me, I think. It's a really weird way to paint. It works really well, but it's because there's like no proper technique. It's just kind of like smash it, you know, like this. You ready? Oh dear, that was weird. But does it look good? Snippling's so odd. I hate it. But it looks like rust. It does look like rust. So we're getting there. It's basically fated. Let's go. We're done. Is this going to work, chat? Is this going to work? I don't know. It's hard to hold it because I normally have everything on a handle. And you're like smashing it. That does look rusty. The door keeps moving. There we go. Where'd that hinge? Does that work? Does that look rusty, chat? Does it look okay on camera? Believe in the process. Yeah, I think it's definitely one of those days, you know? Does that look good? Right, okay. Step one. Baby bit. I think this brush is like the perfect one, to be fair. The problem is because I've left it, because I've put them all together so they aren't too tight. It feels like they're all a bit too loose. That's gonna be the problem. Bosh. Bish bash bosh. Let's go. Right. 2 down, 500 to go. I would have never thought to use Wolfgang Brown as like a rust, but it is like an orangey colour, so I guess it's going to work. It's kind of like dry brushing, but not dry brushing. You know? It's very odd. But it's working. It looks a bit rusty. I was running out of paint. That's where the problem is paint. We need so much. Such a large brush as well. Pour it down a little bit. Georgie's hair. Like that. Pour it down a little bit. It might go a little bit further. On the door. It's so odd. It's so weird. I don't understand. I don't know what I'm doing. What are my hands doing? Why is this working? Why does this look okay? I'm so confused. I've never done anything like this. I'm one of those though. I feel like I'm very much a like a simulated painter. Like I can look at someone do something and be like, I can do that, and then just do it straight away. Like look at like airbrushing, especially. I watched a lot of like Angel Vidaldez with the giant space marine I painted. I looked at his and I was like, I could do blending like that, and then I felt like it came out pretty well. And the grimdark stuff, I watched a lot of like videos about streak and grime and like Spen's painting, and I was just like, I can do that. And so a lot of the time it just works. Sometimes it's just a case of like, yeah, as you say, like believing in the process and just going for it and just giving it a go and seeing what happens. At the end of the day, this is like, it's going to be like, it's obviously a lot of time spent. I feel like the first one came out way better, but yeah, it's a lot of time spent. But it's a very unique project, so you can just kind of go, you know what, I'll give that a go and see what happens. I think I've put too much water in the paint though. It's very vibrant. Oh, I did too big. Oh no, I didn't. That's right. That's right. Yeah, it's just one of those, just like, because it's quite a unique project, you can just go, you know what, fuck it, I'll give that a go and see what happens. And not really worry about it. And that's what we're kind of doing today. That's what we're doing today. But let me know if it looks okay, sounds okay, and if you've got any questions, then feel free to ask. Let's just hang on. But for like something like Kill Team Space Hulk, this is like a perfect type of painting because it's gonna look fucked up because that's the whole point of the Space Hulk, right? It's gonna look a mess. It's not gonna look pristine. Not every wire is gonna have colour on it because the whole point is that it's an amalgamation of multiple spaceships all smashed together and left out for thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years, you know? So like this painting style and the vibe we want to go for is perfect. And if it's quick, even better. If you want to be really lazy, you can just stop there and be like, you know what, that's done. Rusty wall, done. It's quite dark, but there you go. It works. It definitely works. Let's smash that a little bit. On that side. We're going to try and paint a few details on here, but I don't want to be painting every single detail because I will actually be here forever. There. Do this one. Paint. I'm trying to focus on the tops as well because you expect the lights to be at the top. They're doing like Zanetti or stippling, I guess. So focus on the top and work our way down. This is probably the one of the few I didn't mask off, I think. Just because I ran out of the little cap things. You probably could just go like, you know what, I'm gonna dry brush. I don't know how much different it's gonna be from like a wet dry brush, you know, like a heavy dry brush to stippling. I don't know what the ratio and difference is. Can the Soviet Hellstorm team kill you? Literally. But are there any projects that you guys have worked on where like you've gone, this is like really out of my comfort zone, but I'm going to give it a try and it's worked? Is there any that you've like tried and it's not worked? I suppose that's the big question. Yeah, my computer's struggling, so I'm just going to have a quick 1 second. I'm just going to stop the recording. Fix my source record. I know what's happening because I did this. There you go. I said it's over. Why is it open? What are you doing? I like stream all the time, and today it decided to just fall out with me. I can't stop it without ending the stream. Nothing. If I just kill everything that's not. Everything I don't need. Ignore that. That's fine. That's fine. We don't mind that noise. That's because I killed it. We're just closing a few apps that I'm not using. Things like the EA app, which just run in the background and just kill your computer for no reason. Steam. Why Steam open? Okay, maybe that's probably better. Like Chrome and OBS are just trying to choke all my computer. There we go. Right, coffee. But if you're painting today, let's say, I know I've said this a couple of times. If you are painting, tag me on Instagram. Tag me on your story. I think I sprayed this one upside down. No, I haven't. Yeah, tag me in your story if you want, and I will. I'll retweet. I'll reshare it. Or if you want to tag me on Twitter, and I'll reshare it onto my story, or I'll retweet it if it's Twitter, for example. And yeah, see what you guys are working on. Did anyone pick up Kill Team today? I think it's one of those. It's like there's been a lot of talk about Kill Team the past few days, especially on Twitter. A lot of people saying that like Kill Team's super expensive, and like, oh well, they've made Kill Team an unaffordable game because it costs like £5,000 a year to buy every single box and release, and it's just a bit like it's been a bit crazy. So I'm a bit dubious about how popular it's going to be, because I think the Space Hulk vibe is so cool, and I think the breaches are so awesome. I really love them. Again, probably because of the Dead Space vibe. But I don't know how popular the game is going to be. Like, have you bothered about it? Like, I think it looks super fun. And like obviously we did that episode of Warcry. There's like the little 3-part series. We're going to do the same for Kill Team and see how it goes. And see what happens, see if it is popular. But I'm just not 100% sure. I'm really struggling to like catch the vibe. Whether it's like, well, yeah, it's kind of cool, but I'm not that bothered, or it's like, whoa, Kill Team, Into the Dark, I'm in. I'm all in. It's my main game system now. It's one of those, I don't think many people have it as a main game system, but I think it's a lot of things that people are quite interested in. Especially because I've actually played Kill Team, quite a couple of games of Kill Team. I actually really enjoy the system. I do actually really enjoy skirmish games. Obviously 40k is the bottom. It would always will be. It's weird, I don't know why it always will be, but it is. But I think the skirmish games have some really fun rule sets. But it's a shame that they don't quite get the attention I think they deserve. The region is so nice, yes, that's aesthetically spot on. Yeah, it is. That's why I really like them, and Louis really likes the crew, and he's painting those up. So yeah, like I think it's really cool. I think obviously I love Space Hulk. With me and Tom played the Space Hulk board game because we were so excited just because they mentioned Space Hulk, and that was really fun. Obviously it's not quite the same, but it's still good, you know. I really want to play Kill Team, even bought the first box but never got around to playing it. I think that's the main problem. It's kind of like, if to play a new game you need loads of people to be invested all at the same time, right? Because you need a gaming group. Like, I think that's why 40k's always been so popular. It's because it has that gaming group. Like, 40k is so big that you never have a problem trying to find people to play with. Whereas I think other games have that problem because of 40k, because that game is so popular that more people play that than anything else. Then it's hard to find like a gaming group for it. Still not doing anything with that last box. Ever got local club prefer Warcry. Warcry is a great game as well, which again doesn't get the love it deserves. I need so much paint. I wish I got some like really cheap acrylic knockoff kind of similar paint. Been running through this month. I don't like watering it down, so I don't think maybe I'm just dumb. But yeah, I think a lot of people got into Octarius, and the rule set is the same. Into the Dark is just like unique terrain system essentially. I mean, it's the same game. It's not like a new edition we've just had. But yeah, for some reason it's just, I don't know if it's popular, if it's really good, if it's selling out. I kind of like that it's a very different system, because I used to play Kill Team when it was the same as 7th edition. It was the same game. I love this box, picked it up, but only one I picked up. I'm not really bothered about the game, I just love the box and the aesthetic of this one. That's fair, mate. That's fair. You got a fair few players in Hull that seem to enjoy it. How you doing, Mark? Thanks for popping by. Yeah, it's good that people are interested then. Again, it's just a bit like, it's really hard to catch the vibe, you know, and like kind of work out if it's like a fad or if it's just because it's Space Hulk or if people actually care at all. I don't know. I think it's really interesting. I'm gonna convert a team and buy a terrain box. Nice, bud. Yeah, you can buy you can always buy the stuff separately later on as well, can't you? So I got our first big boy. How's the camera looking? Is it quite clear to see? I know I'm working on a dark map with a dark thing, but maybe you can see it as I hit it. Hey Organ, how you doing? I would say gone Underworld style with Kill Team, whole team in a box with almost everything you need to play ish. I mean, there is. What else do you need? You don't need anything else outside this box, right? You do get everything in this box that you need. You get the core rules, you get all the measuring sticks and stuff. So you do get another core rule book, which is cool. Yeah, what else? What else isn't in here that you need? You get them little wall things that you need when you set up if you go second and stuff. Yeah, as you can tell, I've not played it that much. You get the little wall things, the barricades. I'll be getting into the dark. It looks cool. Nice, bud. We see some blending boards with some interior sections like this and some outdoor ones. I imagine they're not just going to keep releasing different wall sections, you know, that look slightly different. I think we're going to see some slightly different areas that blend together for multiple like play styles. So outdoor, like zero gravity. Boy, that'd be so sick. Imagine zero gravity kill team. That'd be so fun. Then I'd be like, yeah, Dead Space. Necromorphs, Tyranids. Let's go. Yeah, I'm going to paint him as Dead Space. I just don't know how yet. I'm going to do it like a dark blue rather than like a bright blue. I think that'll work. And then like a Nihilak Oxide visors and shit. That will look kind of cool, to be honest. I might use Streaking Crime. Yeah, if they did fucking 0G, like you go outside and you can move really far, but you can't stop yourself or something. You can lock your boots, but you can't move. Oh, mate, that'd be so fun. I think like things like Kill Team and stuff is a good way to explore some of those intricacies that they can't really do in 40k. You know, 40k you're always fighting on a planet. There's always gravity. You know, it's like it's not really an aspect you can explore too much in a full scale war game. In Kill Team you can, because it's like 10 models. You know, you can definitely like go, you know what, when you're in this part of the board, zero gravity. When you're not, it's normal. You can get the army boxes with the Kill Team in them, but you need the rules for the units and the barricades and stuff. I wish the unit boxes had come with all stuff. Ah, the unit boxes. I thought you meant this box. I was very confused. Yeah, okay. That kind of makes sense. But I guess if you bought the core box, if you bought the starter box because you want to play Kill Team, you're not going to want like all the rules again and all the barricades again. I mean, I've got like 6 of the measuring sticks and the barricade stuff because I just had got bought loads of the kill team terrain. But you don't need that many. You do only need 1 measuring stuff and one set of barricades. Like, I appreciate about the rules because like they're moving to like a codex system, aren't they? Which is nice if you're buying a box when you want to play it, but it's as soon as you want to start playing like another team, you've got to go out and buy the team and buy the codex, essentially. I don't know what they call it, like war zones or whatever. That's where it starts to add up, but it's like you're wanting to play multiple armies in one system. It's always going to be expensive. It's never going to be cheap. Buying 1 faction for 1 game is cheap, you know? When you want to buy all of them for one game, always going to be expensive. Hello, Kill Team. Just the new box is kind of expensive for 1 team. I like. Just going to wait till the breaches come out separate. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, they've just released... Have they just released a Space Marine with the upgrades? The Morok Marines, the Phobos with the upgrade kit separately. So, like, if you don't... Like, the reason they're putting out a box set and not the Kill Team separately straight away is FOMO. That is a sales tactic. Because they want you to spend 120, 30, 50, whatever, I don't know. They want you to spend that money rather than just, like, 30 quid on a team. But you do know that in 3 months they are going to be separate, and you'll be able to get them on eBay. You know, you're going to be able to buy all this separately anywhere. But if you want to buy it directly from Games Workshop, because you're a big Games Workshop simp like me, then you know you can get it on. You can get it in 3 months. I was about to pre-order some of the new Housey bits, but then realised I'm not even going to be in the country when they release. You all better leave some for me when I get back. Where are you going, bud? Hope you have a nice holiday. How long are these Kill Team box sets available? Mum Shears. I think they're only available for around 3 months. Again, they've been releasing a new box set for Kill Team every 3 months. I'm pretty sure when a new one comes out, the other one goes like last chance to buy or whatever. Whatever they call it these days. I know the Warcry one has like a timer on it, so I imagine that's going to be going next month. So I think that's the plan. It's kind of like 3 months, have the product available, and then when the 3 months are up, sell it separately, crack open all the old boxes, repackage them, and sell them separately. You know? Again, it is a FOMO tactic, so let's not beat around the bush. It's to make you buy... It's to make you buy stuff. That's literally what they do. I think the fact previously was 1 new design team and 1 was just a pre-existing kit with an upgrade through like Tower Pathfinders. The 2 new teams have stepped up the boxes. Yeah, exactly. So like the last box set had like cool terrain. What's that? Morok, what's it called? That's like a really nice box because it's got like the Space Marines with the upgrade set, and then it's got the Guardsmen, but they're like all existing kits. They weren't new. And then they put the terrain in there, which wasn't new either. It's been out a couple of months. Well, it's kind of new, but not like brand new, you know? It wasn't like a brand new kit that just released. But like, this box compared is so different. But I think it's also so much more limiting. I keep looking at my laptop thinking that's my camera, but this is my camera. Hello. I think this box is a lot more limiting in terms of like expansion because it's like Kill Team Into the Dark. It's the Gala Dark, but you can only play in the Gala Dark. You know, you can't like the other box sets. You can kind of mix up a little bit. You can add some 40k terrain. You can change the board, but it's very unique, but it's very limited in comparison. Now, it's quite modular, so there's a lot you can do with it. So if you said, well, I've only got the Kill Team box, Morok, and I can only build like 3 boards with it, then yeah, fair enough. But it's like, what's role is what's Kill Team's role in the grand scheme of Games Workshop marketing? Is it is it its own game that they want people to play, or is it a gateway to 40k? Which I think is probably the latter. I don't think I'm dumb for saying that. It's probably the latter. So if it's a gateway, then you want to be able to expand quite easily into 40k. You know, so you want, well, you pick up a kill team box, you pick up 2. Well, you've got like half a 40k board. You pick up a couple more, you've got a full 40k board. So why don't you just play a full game of 40k and get into our army games? Which kind of makes sense. But it feels like with the Gallowdark shit, this Space Hulk stuff, you could build a Zone Mortalis board with this, but that's very niche. It's not like a gateway. It's Zone Mortalis type gaming is like for people who already play 40k or already play 30k. Like, you're not going to go, oh yeah, I've played Kill Team for ages, so now I want to play 40k Zone Mortalis, because you're just going to play Kill Team. So it feels like the marketing and the idea behind like this experiment with Kill Team, I think it is an experiment, you know. I think the idea of it is to try and see if they can make a full game and see if it can survive on its own, rather than just being a gateway to 40k. But think reactor rooms might maybe expand into a shit for some more infantry combat patrol battles in 40k. Well, true. Yeah, you could definitely. It's not impossible, obviously. Definitely not impossible. But it's kind of like, you know, like those box sets from last year, the Octarius, Chalnath, Nakmund, and Morok. You could smash all those together, and you've got a 40k board. You know, which is what you'd think would be the concept, but I don't think that's the case anymore. I think they're going for a different vibe with this Gallowdark stuff. You can put it all together to make a full Space Hulk board. I don't think it's for 40k, you know? I don't think that's their intention. It felt like that's their intention last time. Buy all 4 boxes. Now you've got a huge board to play 40k, funnily enough. Now go and buy a 40k army. It's interesting. It's very interesting. But I really like the idea of Space Hulk. It's very different, which is also quite refreshing. So I'm interested to see how it goes, you know? What's next? And I'm excited for like Warcry as well, because that's like got a similar idea right now. A similar marketing tactic. I don't know if that's going to go, here's a board for AOS, or it's going to be something different. I don't know. This is getting quite tedious, but I am nearly done. But they're all slightly different. And they weren't consistent enough for that. They were... Oh, the board, you mean? They're all slightly different shade. That's kind of dumb. You think they just keep it all the same, you know? If, like, one side was unique to the board, like what they should have done, me personally, what I think, is what they should have done is, like, one side of the board unique for the box, and then the back side very generic, and then have all of the back sides of the maps in each box the same generic, so you can smash them all together. Right, 4 big walls, 2 little parts. Okay. Smashing it. Smashing it. You also combine it with the tower set, the Orcish buildings will make a great central point. What, for Kill Team? For Into the Dark, you reckon? Maybe. That's the only stuff I played on for Kill Team. I've played like a couple of games with Louis, and they've I played with Intercessors, and he played with like the New Orc boys, and then I think he played a game with Raven Guard as well. But the Kill Team manual, which I actually have 2 of, so maybe I'll give one away. Yeah, we'll do a giveaway today. Why not? I've got a Kill Team manual that for some reason, so we'll give one of those at the end of the stream. Make sure you stick around, become a member, super chat, do all the things. Support the Chan Chan. Win a free book. Yeah, like the Kill Team Annual only has like White Dwarf stuff in it. It's a shame they don't have like some other stuff. I mean, it's got White Dwarf in like old Kill Team boxes, like the Skitari one and the Genius of the Cults. Were they? What edition of Kill Team was that? 8th edition Kill Team, or was that new? I don't think it was new edition Kill Team, was it? Because Octarius was the first one. But they have rules in there, and the Gelapox and shit. They were like old Kill Team, weren't they? Like Pariah Nexus level. I don't know. Stippling's so weird. I hate. Look at this brush. It's a state. Hey, Liam. Thanks for the 10, brother. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you, mate. How you doing, bud?
Miss your face. Hope you had a good holiday. I am gutted I did not get sent pictures of you in a bikini.
Thank you so much for the 10, bud. I miss you too, man. How you doing? A massive shout out to Liam. He's sorted me out for LGT, so I am going now. But I didn't send you any pictures of bikini because I just sent the naked ones instead, Liam. You know? Why bother with the bikini when I can just take it off? Thanks for the 10, bud. Really appreciate it. Very, very kind of you, mate. Make sure you go and check out Liam's channel. Right. Stipple, stipple. Bash, 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 bash. It's like, I need like, you remember those bird things where they're like on a spring and you pull them back and you just go like this? That'd be so handy to paint. Be so handy. Very slow, very handy. I wonder if I could make a video out of that. Like motorize it. Make it go faster. And get it to paint some terrain. That'd be a good video. I could do that with an Arduino. Hey James, how you doing? And Science Pie, good morning. We're going for OSL and the lights. Oh yeah, yeah, it definitely needs some OSL and lights, doesn't it really? So I said I don't want to be hitting every single detail with a paintbrush, unless it's stippling. But like some of the lights and stuff, I think definitely needs it. I'm a speedrunner. I'm practicing. This is my you know, like when you're playing like Mario Party and you've got to like button mash. No. This is hard. This is maybe a bit of more than I can chew in this challenge. It's like this is so weird. It's gonna get washed, so it's gonna look better. I'm just a bit so confused. I'm so confused that it looks kind of good. Now I'm gonna paint some happy brown all over the black, and it's done. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Right, 2 big walls, 2 small sections. So I'll do the small section first. I think I'm not using enough paint. I think that's my problem. So I end up dry brushing. Right, big bit, little bit, big bit. It's because I can't get into the paint. I'm going to pour some in there. Sorry about kicking the camera. I need to mix some paint in there anyway in a minute. Do you stipple, chat? You got any tips for stippling? I do quite enjoy these painting challenge streams though. What do you reckon? Do you like them? Do you like hanging out, or do you just kind of like come and go and see my progress up during the day, or what? They're quite handy because Georgie's at work today. She's working in overtime, so I can kind of like go right. Okay, I'm just gonna fucking stream all day. It's kind of nice because I don't like just painting on stream, but it's a nice little little break. You know, it's like a little quite refreshing to do. It gives me an excuse to paint stuff that I wouldn't normally paint, and challenges me to paint a lot more very quickly. I already did the Silent King in one day, you know what I mean? Like, the Silent King is such a large task, but to do it in a single day was really nice. Obviously, it's not the best paint job, but it's very, very, like, passable. Like this is all we want. It's not going to be the best painted kill team board you've ever seen, but it's going to be done. And sometimes that's what you want. That's when you want to play games. Almost finished the 3D model for the Scytilian Fusiliers. What a pain. What are they? S90. What the hell are they? Simple chafing from Russia is no good. What the fuck? Stipple chafing from Russia. I don't know. What is it? Sweet. Right, okay, last bit. Last bit for Mornpank Brown. I'm going to do it all again with a slightly different colour. Let's go! Speed! I am Speed. I'm Lightning McQueen of Stippling. Look at it go. Whoa! Let's go! Go, 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 go! I'm only on the first bit. I've got to do this 3 times. Fuck me. Okay. That's not quite working as good as I'd hoped. Oh, you designing an S90 military regiment with like 3 pieces of art. Try my best. Right, okay, that makes more sense. My apologies. It's a weekend, so I'm painting along with some heavy weapon teams. I love hobby streams to paint all day on my weekends. Awesome, brother. I'm glad you like them. And it's nice to change it up a bit as well, you know. So it's a nice little nice change of pace. I love doing like obviously I love the 4K shows and stuff and the Monday showing and shit like that, but it's like it's hard to like. I like to stream for longer. I like to stream a lot more. And I think we've like when I've got like quite a regimented show, it's hard to like go, all right, and now I'm gonna do this because people aren't bothered. So it's for people who just like hanging out, you know. This is like a hangout stream compared to like a show. But I am recording this, like just the camera, so I'm tempted to like make this a video later. I'm not sure yet. Depends if we get it done, I guess. Right, we stippled. Smashed it. They sort of dress like Neapolitan era soldiers in military touch. They're kind of cool. No, it's official. Oh, I'm so confused. That's 90. About to shout and start a gun hauler. Nice, bud. You had a chance to look up any Votan rules. Now you're back. I couldn't possibly say I know anything about Votan, but from rumours I've heard. Yeah, they look pretty good, don't they? They look pretty nasty. I'll probably play them for a little bit and then get bored of meta chasing. I need... If I go history... Don't look at my history chat. Annie_minis. Right, okay. Love you to bits, Annie, but I can never find your channel when I search for it. I just need to see this stage 2. I need stage 2. Such a great video. Oh, she stippled it so much better than I did. Mine's not random. Sakura orange mixed in. Right, okay. We gotta make a mix. I was gonna make a whole bunch, but then I'm not gonna use hardly. Oh shit! This is way waterier. There you go. I've got a fucking ton of paint in there now. I'm just painting some Creek Guardsmen. Just have 55 to go, so I'll probably be hanging around a bit. Fair play. Big question: will you go Space Marines or Beast and Nurgle in future tournaments? Oh, always Space Marines, mate. Always Space Marines, buddy. As fun as like playing Beasts and stuff like that on the channel is, I'll just play Space Marines in tournaments because like I don't know how I can keep if I'm gonna like. The problem is with the channel and trying to do tournaments is that I need to practice with one army and like trying to change up a bunch of armies all the time. I've got to paint loads more. I have to paint all the time because I've got to keep changing the army to make sure it's up to date and keeping up with everything. And then trying to learn new armies as well is really difficult. I'm so well practiced with Space Marines and I know that army so well that I can like kind of not use it for a while and then be really good, but I have so much stuff for it and I've got the paint down to a T that, and I'm just known for playing Space Marines. It's just like, it's very generic and I have Space Marines lol. But like, I'm just gonna stick with Space Marines because I enjoy them, I enjoy playing them, and like I feel like I'm well known for Space Marines, like the Blood Ravens, you know, and the meme as well. Blood Iron Hands Ravens. I don't want to be like a meta chaser, and I don't want to win tournaments just with the latest thing because it's really good. I'd rather do really well or kind of well with an army I play a lot. But then the case is, it's like, well, if I'm dedicating time to painting these models for battle reports, maybe I should play them in tournaments as well, and that's a very good argument. But I think if I was going to play Nurgle Demons at a tournament, it'd be 3 Great and Clean Ones and 3 Soul Grinders. It wouldn't have beasts. The beasts, well, maybe 1 or 2, but like, it wouldn't be a beast list because I don't think Nurgle Demons are that good. I think it has a lot of counters. Like my Great and Clean one against Tom the other day really countered his entire army. It's -1 damage in melee, which was ridiculous. But imagine coming up against like Votan, you know. Pause to hit, auto wound, re-rolling. Alright, cool. Just lost my big fat lad because he got shot to shit. I'm probably not going to be practicing Space Marines on the channel. I'm going to be practicing it offline, just so I can focus as well. Because like trying to stream, and like practice is very difficult. I don't really like to play my tournament Iron Hands. I know I've done it once or twice, but I don't really like to play my tournament Iron Hands against Tom, because I don't think it's fair either. Bit of a very one-sided matchup. But I'll probably play them afterwards. I'll probably play them on the stream afterwards, like after the event. But like, I'm going to try and get a game in like next day. We're streaming a game on Tuesday night, so on Thursday when I would normally stream a game, I'm going to go and practice. Because like, that's the reason I stream on a Thursday is that it's the 40k night at Sanctuary. So I can actually go down myself, if I'm going to stream on Tuesday instead. Go down myself and actually just have a game. In the Made of Blood Ravens Index, would you become a full-time Blood Raven player? I don't think so, mate. I think, like, if I'm going to, like, limit myself to just playing one army, like, competitively, I think it's okay to swap the chapter around, you know? Because I'm still staying with the same army, I'm just slightly changing the rules ever so lightly, you know? It'd be like, oh, I'm going to play Tyranids, but I'm only going to play Kraken, you know? And then Kraken gets nerfed, and then it's like, oh, well, now I'm just not going to have a good time with this army because they've been nerfed. You know, like, as soon as Iron Hands eventually get, like, a new supplement, because I'm pretty sure we all know that's going to happen. I think all the old supplements will get redone. And if you try and look at Gulliman's data sheet compared to what it is in the book and what it is online, it's two very different things. But I think when Iron Hands inevitably get nerfed, I'll probably just jump chapter and just change the chapter I'm using. Whereas if I go, oh, I'm only going to play the Space Marine Index, it'll probably not be very good for a start. And it's very limiting as well, which means I'll probably not be able to compete. And probably not be able to compete, and I'll probably stop enjoying it. I enjoy Space Marines because they are quite good. And they catch people off guard. Because they're quite good. And people don't quite realise that. You know, and it's kind of like you're handicapping yourself anyway by just playing one book. You know, one army. I guess I'm not really playing one book because I'm flipping between 5. But like, because I'm playing like one army, I'm already like ham-fisting myself. So I don't think I'd be able to like ham-fist myself even more and say I'm only going to play one chapter. And that's kind of like why I swap around. I think it's fair. That's my justification behind it. I think it's better to jump around the chapter that's good rather than the book that's good. Because that is just cringe. I do want the Kroot kill team. Yeah, the Kroot kill team is really cool. Wondering Lisa. Yeah, the Kroot kill team's kind of cool. I'm not a massive fan of Kroot, but they did look kind of cool. But Louis was like, I really want to paint the Kroot. I was like, well, that's good, because I've just received them, so they're on their way to you. Put the token on the railgun for an auto 6 to hit and wound. Rip your Space Marine Warlord. Yeah, it's pretty cringe. Votan are going to be a problem, but I'm hoping with the LGT being around the corner, they're not going to be there. But the LGT is actually the first event I've played in this country since the last LGT. So I could really do with going to another event. I play and talk so much Warhammer, but I've not been into any tournaments this year. Which is kind of dumb. So I've definitely lost my sea legs. I'm going to go find them again. Ah, right, halfway. Halfway of Stipple 2. Get good, right? I'm a bit of a scrub. I was doing really well in AOS and then I had a really shite weekend and that threw me off. Greece has made you weak. It has, mate. It has. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping by. Currently stripping some old minis and learning the hard way that you should have bought one of those vibrating cleaners instead of attacking my poor mates with a toothbrush. Yeah, ultrasonic cleaners, if that's what you mean. Are really, really good for stripping minis. Yeah, I've got an ultrasonic cleaner just for stripping. For getting the minis naked. Ugh. We're like halfway. I've half stippled everything twice. So I need to do the stipple on this half. But I only need to do one more stippling run after this, so I am halfway of the stippling. This isn't easy. This is quite a lot. mean, most of it's painted though, so that's a good thing. Titillions it's a real regiment, but just no models and only 3 GW for modelling. Right, okay, so you are modelling them. Right, okay, that makes sense. I was like really confused at first. Come down to one of ours, I'll put you up. I appreciate it, bud. I did consider it, it's just a bit far. That's the problem. It's like south. It's like super south. I think about it though. But yeah, I wanted to get an event before the LGT. And I'm streaming next weekend a tournament that I could have played in. So I'm not really sure. Like, I'm gonna have to like maybe go to an RTT or something. I'll find one then. I could have gone to one this weekend, but there you go. My army's not ready. I need to paint 2 Redemptors. I think I'm using... Do you think my brush is too big? I think I might reduce the size of the brush for the next one. This stippling malarkey is so weird. Just use teacups, right? I would never do something like that, obviously. I'm not sure how I'll paint mine to the dark terrain. You should paint it exactly like this. This is the perfect way to paint it. There you go. Like that. Just smash it. So fun. Epic. There we go. It just looks like I've dry brushed it. I don't know if I'm doing this right. I don't think I am. It just looks like it's been dry brushed. So I'm going to have to like do something amazing with the Rise of Rust. How many more bits? 3, 6, 9, 10? 10 more little bits. I can make some more paint. I probably should use a small brush so I can actually get the paint out of this pot. I do have the air version, which I don't hardly use. Is that dried up? Oh. Don't think that's the right colour. I mean, it is. It's just... I mean, there's a bit too much in there now. I think I made up too much paint. It was like not going anywhere. They just went blip. I don't think it's that deep though. The colour combo. Right. Try again. Hold that. Okay. Here we go. Hey, that looks stippled now. It's a lot brighter as well. Oh no. Oh no. It's a lot brighter. I think because the kitchen towel's so wet, I was actually mixing it on there as well and adding to the morn fan. Ball brush, how my QBs, yeah, it's fuck this brush. It's brand new. It's only a cheap one though. I literally bought a big pack of brushes just for a bunch of brushes that look like this to use as reeds. That was it. You know, for the Crawlboy bases, if you remember how I did those. I bought like a £5 pack of brushes because they had 10 of those in. So it was like a pack of like 20 brushes for like £5. Is that a Squidmar brush? Yeah, definitely a Squidmar brush. 3 for £5. No, mate. I think I've fucked this up. I think this paint's gone bad. Or maybe there's just too much on my brush. I don't know what I've done. I don't think it matters too much. Is paint supposed to go bubbly? This stippling effect is just confusing now. I think I'm going to add more Mornfang Brown back in there. But the normal paint, not the air one. Did you go to Poundland? No, Home Bargains. Home Bargains, elite cheap store. You don't know what you're going to find in there. And they sell a Home Bargains Monopoly. And need I say more? Okay, let's eat that. Right. Tune that up a little bit. My little kitchen holder thing. There you go. Bit of masking tape to fill it out, and it goes straight away. Right, here we go. More! More! More, we said. More! Hey, Cuz4K, how you doing, bud? Dollar Store had some sweet construction toys that turned into terrain. Oh, really? I always love it when you get like cheap little stores like that and they just have something so perfect. Like the Home Bargain store sells like these knives. Like these, like Exactos. Now they only come with like 5 blades, but it comes with a cutting mat as well, and it's £2. I'm like, alright, I'm in. I'm in. Oops, way too much paint on that. Wipe that shit off. Right, 2 more bits. 3 more bits. Let's go! Alright, bud, just doing some admin for next week. And nice, bud. I'm really looking forward to it. So yeah, so next week, chat, I'm going to be streaming Last of the Summer Winehammer 3? 2? Last of the Summer Winehammer. So make sure you do come check it out. It's going to be really fun. It's going to be me, Tom, Nick, who you've not met yet, and Georgie doing the coverage. I'm pretty sure Georgie's doing it. We need to confirm some few things. But we're going to be trialing out player audio as well. We're going to do like a mix of commentator / player audio. Kind of like what we did for God Tier when it actually worked. Which will be really, really good. I'm really excited to try it out. It seems really popular as well that way. So I'm hoping you guys enjoy it. Last Summer Winehammer 3. Thanks, bud. There you go. Last Summer Winehammer 3. this, what I've made, is basically Scrag Brown. I'm probably going to just use Scrag Brown. Look, that is like almost the same colour. Made a little bit brighter. I'm going to clean this brush. Look at the state. At least the bristles are like the same colour. What a state that brush is in now. I'm going to use a smaller one for this. Not that small. Maybe this one? Yeah, maybe that one. It's just Rise of Rust though. Does that make you a compo? Make you compo? Compo? What do you mean compo? That's not. You're really confusing me today. Right, did she mix the paint or did you just use it as is? I'm pretty sure you just use it as is. Yeah, just Rise of Rust. Rise of Rust is a dry paint anyway, so this is going to be a lot easier. Right, here we go. Let's move this out of the way. Are we ready? Let's grab one of the big walls and try this out. Maggie's more of a clag. Oh, you're talking about some wine. Last of the summer wine. I've never actually seen it, you know. Annie's looked way better than mine. I'm not gonna lie. Hers is way more consistent. Mine's just kind of like, orange. Orange text. Bottom text. It doesn't stipple very well either. Real good? My screen just blacked out. I'm not sure. Screen's blacked out. Is it working? Let me know. I don't know. I don't actually know. I don't see any Fs. That's a good sign. I don't see any Fs. That's a really good sign. Try reconnecting, see if that works. There's no laptop. Oh, my laptop disconnected from the internet. Right, okay, that's why I can't see anything. What the fuck? Sorry, chat. I'll be back in a second. As in, I can't see chat right now. That's all. It's loading. There we go. I can see stuff now. Basically, chat, I'm using 2 computers to stream this. I'm using one to stream, and then I'm using another one that's remote accessed in to look at the screen. It's quite a dumb setup, but you know. What I could probably really do with is an extra monitor in front of me, like here. Another monitor here would be really good, but no, at the minute I'm using my laptop as a monitor, essentially as a monitor. The character in Last of Us Wine. I've never actually seen it. It's a little bit before my time. It's a little bit before me, Last of the Summer Wine, I won't lie. Not F12, F11. There you go. Yeah, I am a wee child, don't forget. I'm 28. I don't think I'm a child, but you know. I don't know if this has quite worked as well as it could have. This stippling effect, but there we go. I'm not very good at stippling. I've never done it before. This is a first attempt. It's okay. Is it passable, chat? I don't know. I'm not. It looks a bit weird. It's totally my fault. I don't think I've stippled randomly enough. It's kind of blended almost. I don't know. It kind of looks cool, but not as good as Annie's. Last episode was in 2010. Exactly, before my time. You can't really... Not that I'm an aficionado. You don't sound it, man. You don't sound it. It finished when I was 16 then, so I don't think I was the target audience. It kind of looks fine. I'm a bit unsure now. I think I've not stippled correctly. I think the brush I was using was too big. This feels like stippling now. But I think I've essentially just dry brushed it. Yeah, this feels like I'm so I think my brush might have been too big, so don't use your brush that big a brush. I don't know, I'm just guessing. I got no idea. I don't know what I'm doing. Like most days, to be fair. It'll probably look better when I've got a wash on it, because it'll blend it all together. I don't know, I'm just really confused. Mikey's hand looks like he's just murdered Willy Wonka. That I've been scratching my arse. Forgot to wipe. Forgot bog roll today. One of the two. Willy Wonka or forgot bog roll, you decide. To be fair, how long have we been painting for? Like an hour? I'm going to press F11 here. Might actually be able to see the time. 11:36. Yeah, an hour and a half. Remember, probably about an hour, because obviously we had a bit of a preamble. Big brush was definitely good for the first step, but more selective after that seems to be the way to go. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, so you start with the big brush, then work your way down. I think the big brush for the second step was probably a bit too generous. Well, there we go. But that too, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Scratching my ass mode. Dry paint is so weird. We just buy a paint that's on its way out. You know what I want to buy? A paint that's nearly done. For someone who's never stippled before, I don't think it looks too bad. It's just one of those techniques that I've just never had a use for. I've never like stippled anything. I've stippled like a bit of black onto something, you know. I've never stippled an entire like board of terrain, you know. I've never stippled anything, like all of it all at the same time. This is very wild to me. I think I've just got orange on my head, and I can't tell. Don't know. Yeah, because I think I went a bit too much with the middle colour. There's not much contrast in a minute. But we'll see. There's still time. It could look good. It's not exactly bad. It's just different. Wait, is that door actually movable? Yeah, all the doors are movable. You can glue them, but... Yeah, the whole point is you can open and close doors. So. Beep, beep. But yeah, all the doors, you can glue them shut, but you're not supposed to. You're supposed to like go through the doors and shut them and open them and stuff. Just glad you make mistakes for me. I mean, yeah, exactly. It's gonna look fine. It's just different, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's not exactly like, oh, the model's ruined. I'm gonna have to start again because I didn't quite stipple it right. It's just I've never stippled before, so it's an experiment. It's gonna look fine. You know what I mean? Like, it's not exactly like that looks shit. It just looks different. That's all. Damn, he hasn't finished yet. I've been painting for an hour, you cheeky shit. It's not paint on my hand. I've been scratching my bum. Okay? I've been silly. I've been scratching my bum. It looks a bit rough and ready, but there's like still more steps to go, you know? So it's gonna be fine. But trust the process. That's what someone said at the start. Trust the process. I think that's 90. Maybe. Believe in the process and it'll all come together. I think it looks weird because like Joker Orange and Mornfang Brown are very muted colours, especially Joker Orange. Like look, that orange is very muted and now I'm going to this, which feels a bit odd. I mean, that's why I'm confused. I'm waiting for that pot of orange to tip over. There you go. It's done. Yeah, it's one of those dry paints. It's like solid, almost. Not quite solid, but it's like a gunk. You know? It's not like a paint. It's a gunk. It's very weird, but it's like, it's basically just medium. It's like medium in a paste rather than like a liquid. It's a very odd type of paint, but it kind of works really well for stuff like this. Yeah, I think I used a too big of a brush and it's a bit too watery, but that's okay. We're getting there. Yeah, here we go. Another door moving. Met a joke about paint drying up. Yeah, exactly. Like, we literally buy paint that's already dry. We're dumb. We're the sheeple. Watch paint dry. Why? It's already dry. See? Go. I keep remembering to open the door to paint inside of there. And shutting it so I can paint the back of the door. Very awkward. Yeah. Getting there. Getting there, chat. Nearly done with the stippling. And I think I'll just smash it with some silver after. It should be easy. Are you dry brushing or stippling? You keep changing your mind. I'm stippling. But when I'm nearly run out of paint, I dry brush a little bit. I think that's probably why it hasn't quite worked the way I wanted it to. Because I keep like flipping between, because stippling's weird. You know, like when I'm stippling, nothing happens. I'm just like, just smashing it with the dry brush a little bit. I don't know. I've never stippled before. This is weird. It looks like terrain though. That's the main thing. This is like a big trial run to see how this works, and then I'm going to be painting like a fuck ton of orc terrain, so I can have a full orc board for tournaments and stuff. I'll probably paint it in a very similar way. With a little bit of extra colour for the armor panels and stuff. Look at a weird paint. Look at it. It's a mess. Just a gunk. It's so weird. I think I might have gone too deep. I don't know, chat. I think I might have fucked it. I think I might have made a mess. You can't paint orc terrain without answering one question beforehand. Gork or Mork? That's a great question. Am I cunning but brutal or brutal but cunning? I think I'm a brutal but cunning type of guy. I'll be like, I'll beat up that guy who's really annoying brutally, and then cunningly I'll say, I also slept with your sister. I'm that sort of guy. That's just how cunning I am. Cunningly slept with your sister after I've beaten you up. There you go. That's my answer. You don't have a sister? Oh, I slept with her anyway. You do wag of my There you go. That's the only answer I've got. Puddingly insult them while being mum. How are we doing? Nearly done. It's weirder with those meaty hands, they look as delicate as I am subtle. You'd be surprised. You'd be very surprised. Seven paint my Octarius terrain and 2 full sets. Maybe this is like, I think this is a good way to paint Octarius terrain, you know, overboard. I think this is like going to be a really good way to paint it. Like, unironically, just rusty. All terrain is now rusty. I've spoken. I think I'm going to go across the top and do a little bit more, but I don't know. Yeah, why not? We've got time. Like there, like when I stipple there, nothing happens. I'm like smudging it in, you know? Is that stippling still, or am I ruining it? Hand of a knob, skill of a pain boy. That's my... I do have hands of knobs. Knob hands. You know? Love my knob hands. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. It's just so weird. I'm just like smashing. Is that all you do? Is this stippling? Am I doing this right? Why is it so difficult? I thought this was supposed to be easy. And he lied to me. We're having words. This isn't easy. This is weird and confusing. How do you stipple? I'll tell you something though. The problem is with this terrain. It's fucking shite to build. There's so many mold lines on real. the thing I don't like about painting terrain as well is like Games Workshop's always like, yeah, buy these like £2-3 little pots of paint and paint this much plastic with it. Is that the wrong type of brush to do stippling? Oh, fucking no. Almost a makeup type brush. I don't think so. That's for dry brushing. Because a makeup brush is very soft. With stippling, you want like a harder brush because you're smashing it. No, it's fine, just too wet. This is a dry brush. Oh, fucking bunch of pigment on there. Go. Yeah, this is literally dry. It's not wet. Right, 5 more bits. 5 more bits. I didn't even wipe it off then. And that's why you should. Autopilot then. It turns out I don't know how to stipple. That's what we've learned. Imagine if Da Vinci had live chat while doing Mona Lisa. You're doing it wrong, lame unsub. Hey, thanks for the $5, Ron. We appreciate it. Very kind of you, mate.
Morning, Mikey.
Morning,
Just
mate.
popping in to say hi before I head out to an RTT. Wish me luck.
Good luck, mate. Thank you so much for the 5. Really appreciate it. Hope you do well, buddy. I look forward to talking about your stats on Monday. Let me know if you're still here. Let me know what army you're taking. But yeah, best of luck, buddy. Taking Black Templars, nice, mate. Nice. Good smash it then. Smash him! Bit too much there. I've got to be more. The problem I've got is I'm not being random enough. I think that's what I'm confused with. I'm like just going around doing the edges, and I'm like, no, you've got to be random. Bit there, hit bit here, bit everywhere, you know. I don't think it's the brush that I'm having a problem, it's the technique. I'm just like confused. It's so odd compared to what I would normally paint. But you look at like Squidmar, like obviously he's been doing that fucking Manta and shit. And all the infantry look mint, and he painted them in the fucking sponge. I'm like, what? How did you make it look good? That's a sponge. You know? Like, how did you manage that? How did you take a sponge and make something look good? Obviously, it's got like highlights afterwards, but I'll break this door open. There you go. All right, last bit. I end up smashing this in half, I think. Right, okay, so I'm going to go across. I'm going to go across the tops. I should, yeah. I'm going to do this off camera though, chat. I'm just doing a little bit extra on the top. I'm not going to move anything, that's why I'm doing it. It's all just next to me. Oh, dropped a bit, I think. Yeah, dropped a bit. Right. Final time for AOS, do I do scaling on gits? Well, considering gits are one of the worst factions in the game, and I'm getting a book this year, I'd probably do scaling. Unless you're going to be painting for a long time, then yeah, I would do scaling. Right, here we are. We have stippled the shit out of it. You know? How long is that taking us? Just shy of an hour and a half? That's not too bad. You could go play with this now. It is playable to a point. It looks fine. You know, there's a fucking lot of it. Can't believe how much there is. My coffee's got turned into an iced coffee, but not a nice one. It looks fine, you know? It's passable. It's not amazing, but it's okay. You know? I'm gonna get a quick shot on my phone of it all. It's doable. You could be like, you know what? I'm gonna put this on the table and play with it.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
I don't think anyone would say no. Step 1, baby. Step B down. Step 1 down. Step 1B down. That'll do. You need to share the link. It has links now. There we go. We smashed that, to be fair, chat. Well done. Proud of you all. Step. Oh my god. Step 1. It's because I got paint on my fingers, so my phone's not registering. Step 1B down. Right. Looks good. It looks alright, doesn't it? It looks okay. You could play this. It's playable. You know? Right, what's the next bit? I use a dry brush silver, right? Thanks, Annie. Love you. She makes it look so easy. It's ridiculous. She did one at a time. Ooh, maybe that's why. She did each part one at a time. When rust. I did all the same color once at a time. Unless that's just the example. I could. The makeup brush. Me and Annie have the same makeup brush. Where is it? Here. It's the same. I have that brush. I'm not going to use this one. This is a very good brush. But for dusting, I use it exclusively for dusting. It's very good for like dusting models without damaging them. So we're not going to use that one, but we'll use a similar brush. Okay. So So I need silver, which I've got. I've got aluminium in particular. I need a big old makeup brush. I think I'll use this one. This one should be fine. This one's dusty as well. I've nearly got very well, so I want something more fun. That's fair. Yeah, Skaven is like a very shooty army. They have a lot of tricks and they're very strong. And then Gits are just shite, so I don't know what to recommend. We need aluminum. Aluminum. We need a pallet as well. I need to sort out my storage for my Vallejo paints. They're just sat in a drawer at the minute, which kind of sucks. I've got an idea to build like a shelf, but I just haven't got it. Obviously, I went away. Gun grey. Aluminum. Gun grey. Gun grey. I've got 3 gun greys, but no aluminum. Aluminum. Aluminium. Was black. One that was white. White grey. Bone. Aluminium. There we go. It doesn't look stiff. Listen, it doesn't matter. It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Don't you worry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's going to be so good. There we go. Right. Model air paint. So good. So good. Right, dry brush all over. I can dry brush. I know how to do this. This is what I'm good at. Not too much. Too much, chat. I think she was a lot lighter. But it's okay, because this is going to stay together, so it's going to look great when you put it against something. It's going to look stippled again, promise. Right. Here we go. Smashing it. Let's go. That's beautiful. Beautiful, chat. Beautiful. More is less because we're going to be putting a wash over everything. So I've got to remember, even if it looks a bit too bright, it's going to get dulled down. Right? Right? Maybe? God, I don't know. I'm so nervous. It's one of those things. This is all experiment. I'm betting the entire box is an experiment. That's what's nerve-wracking about it. It's just I'm doing the entirety of the box in one go. Well, 99% of it. That's why I'm so confused. Did you have to file down any of your connectors? People can play about that, but it might have been a preview copy. I haven't filed down my connectors. I'm just kind of hoping for the best. What I have done is these. Like, these are the corner sections. Like, so these bits, they don't actually go together. Well, they can, but they're not. They're a joining piece when you put them together like this. What I did was I put them all together before I primed it, so no paint would be added. And mine are all really loose. And I've obviously had the same as like ash and stuff like that. You know, I've got the same kit. But I didn't paint them. I haven't got paint on them, so I put all mine together so they wouldn't get paint on. Now, there's a couple I haven't, and like these ones, I'm not sure, but I've currently got masking tape on. So I've currently, because I put masking tape on, that's going to help. But ultimately, I don't know until I try and put it all together. But these corner sections, they're like spot on at the minute. So we'll see. It looks good. Thanks, mate. That's smart. Cheers. No problem. I said, like, I put masking tape on all the bits I can. I didn't want to... You could, if you really wanted to, is fill all of these gaps, because obviously that's supposed to go in there somewhere. there's obviously masking tape. That's supposed to sit in there or something on all of them. You could fill all these with blue tack, and that'd be the only way you can mask that off, but you can't really because you got to spray it. That's the only way you could do it. So what I've done is I've masking taped the bits I can, and then I've like built these sections. As I said, these bits aren't supposed to go together. They're supposed to go like on here, for example, to make like a corner, so you can join it that way, or you can put the other one on the other side. I don't know. You can basically put some other bits in there so it goes straight across to make a longer piece. But what I've done is I've put all these together. So one, it's essentially masked itself because you can't get paint in there now. So when I put the lid on, you can't see it's unpainted, but it's unpainted on there, so it's a nicer fit. And also makes it a lot easier to paint, so I've got something to hold, rather than like painting this on its own. That's gonna be like really awkward to do each individual piece and then the lid as well. Like, yeah, it's fine, but I'd rather just paint a little brick, you know, that can come apart later. So, and then these bits, I've put all the lids on here, for example. Again, just ready masked off. Yeah, there'll be some bits that are slightly unpainted, but that's okay. And then here, what I've done is I've blue tacked these on. So that's blue tacked on there, just to hold it. So I don't have to paint each individual piece, but it also masks it off for the rest of it. So that was my thinking. Let us know if that's helpful. You could use masking liquid. It'd just be a right task, you know. It'd be like a real task, and I think it'd be a bit overkill for what you want to do because it's terrain. Like if you wanted to paint the next Mona Lisa in terrain form, then yeah, by all means use masking liquid. But it might be a bit overkill for this sort of job. You're probably best off just shoving it in and letting the plastic wear itself down. So as I said, I've got a couple that I've primed that I forgot to masking tape. Like this one, for example, I forgot to masking tape it, and let's see, but it's probably going to be a tight fit. Let's have a look. That's actually an alright fit, to be honest. It's a little bit tight. Will that actually go on? Yeah, it's like a... That is very tight there, yeah, see? And that's really tight on there now. That's the one I didn't mask off, but I'm hoping the other ones are alright. So yeah, it is quite tight, but you know, it's one of those things. Just be careful. The more you can do, the better, because it means not every joint is going to be super tight. The silver is doing wonders. Yeah, it is doing a lot, so I'm hoping it's carrying. It's definitely carrying. You'll always know deep down in your soul heartbeat beneath the floorboards every night. Oh, mate. Yeah. It's one of those things, though. It's like Games Workshop are obviously doing a lot more CAD design, which is obviously really good for the models because they're getting a lot more impressive. But it's stuff like that they don't have because they're testing it digitally and then going, yeah, we'll just give it a little bit of tolerance. But that's good because you get a nice tight fit. But when it's supposed to be modular, it's kind of shy. This is working. I think the silver's really tying it all together, which is really good. And the great thing about a makeup brush, it holds so much pigment and spreads it out so nicely. I really dipped this once, you know? And I've painted like probably dry brushed half of it maybe. I'm probably going to have to get some more paint in a minute, but yeah, it's looking great. I'm doing all the little bits first like an absolute psychopath. What I am going to have to do is on all the bits that have connectors that aren't this colour, I'm going to have to go through and just paint them brown just so they don't look grey when I put it all together, which will look kind of dumb. I'm always tempted to leave it like that. Like, the next step is to wash it all brown, but it kind of looks good. You know? I think it's a little bit too bright, though, so maybe I do. I probably will still wash it brown. You gotta dry brush it again afterwards, but... yeah, this is working a tree, mate. Absolute tree. Look at that. It's beautiful. They hired fan animators. Surely they could try hiring fan 3D modelers. I don't know if what they're doing is a problem. It's just they're kind of like they've obviously not tested it as much as they could have done. You know, maybe like because obviously they 3D print everything as tests. Maybe like because of the 3D printed it in resin and tested it, there's a bit of shrinkage there. Because resin does shrink when it cures. It either shrinks or expands, but still, there's like properties of the material there that they might have not incorporated to think, oh yeah, when it's plastic, it's not actually going to shrink. You know, so that's something we need to be aware of. Maybe they just didn't realize. It's pretty good though. It's not exactly like, it's a bit annoying, but it's not like at the end of the world. It's not like a dead product, you know. It's just a bit like we just have to be careful as gamers when we do it, you know. Yeah, the silver is really tying everything together. It's like pulling all the colours together. Because your eyes are drawn to the shininess rather than the fuck up of stippling. You know, like, look at the difference, you know? This looks like very coherent. Really good words today. Much more coherent than this. Makeup brushes do carry as well. Makeup brushes are so good for dry brushing. You know? Hopefully there'll be no issue with the next 3 sets anyway. Yeah, I hope they don't... I honestly hope that the next 3 sets are exactly the same, because you wouldn't want some really tight and some really loose. And I think like the way production works in like a company like that, the next 3 sets will already be like produced. Like, look at like the Codex complaints of having Crusade rules in the middle of the book. They're only just at the back of the book, and they've been releasing books for 2 years now. You know, in codexes, they put all the Crusade stuff right at the front, and everyone's like, "We don't want this here. We want it." And then all the Crusade players are like, "We want it where we can find it easily." So they put it to the back of the book. But again, it's been 2 years, so finished yet? Tom, this is usable. I've already done. I'm already done. Yeah, I think I'm gonna paint the orc terrain exactly the same way. That I might get Tom to come over and help me. That'd be good. I can be like, finish yet, slacker. We'll buy some cheap acrylic paint to do that though. In Annie we trust. We do trust Annie. It's a very good process, this one. It works. Even if I didn't stipple, it works fine. She's very good, Annie. Make sure you check out her channel. Georgie's been on one of her episodes as well. She does like a Women in Wargaming series, which is really good. And Georgie was on one of them. Yeah, the dry brushing is just pulling it all together. It's really handy. I was a bit like, oh fuck, what have I done? And this is working so well. I was like, no, I've messed it up so bad. Yeah, I think it was just that like middle stage, you know. I always get it with every model, even if I painting a model I've painted like 4 or 5 times, I'm painting another one. It's like that. It's like kind of like writer's block, but almost like painter's block. Like right in the middle, you kind of like, this is shit. This is shit. This is shit. And then you get to a point and you're like, this looks great. I love this. And this is where I am now. A minute ago, I was like, this is shit. This is shit. This is shit. You're spending next weekend with me. You don't want to be spending this weekend with me too. Trust me. Now, we're going to have to do like long weekend streams at Sanctuary of just painting terrain and talking to chat. They might be fun. Especially if we're going to paint it like this. What do you reckon, chat? weekend-long stream making Tom suffer. Make him suffer more. How long you been at it? I started the stream at 10. I had a little bit of pop-up, so probably since about 10:30, so just shy of 2 hours. I'm nearly finished. I might not even have to scam you today. That's what's going to be great. But I'll let you in on a little secret chat. Like, I've got to go at 4:30 for like 4 hours. I'm going to a party. And the stream title is I'm streaming until I paint Kill Team into the dark, you know? I mean, I've started painting it, so I've technically done the title. I've done the title, so I don't even have to scam. You read the title and think, oh, he's going to paint the entirety of Kill Team before he starts streaming. But I have painted it all. It's all got paint on. So I can go now if I want to. Grimgar says, yes, please. Tom, it's been decided we're going to do a weekend stream at Sanctuary where we just paint terrain. Tom suffers enough on Thursday. Tom won the other day. Spoiler alert. He did great. We did forget half the mission. And I think with that half the mission, it'd be a very different game. But he won, so give him that. Fair play for Tom. Claps in chat for Tom. Scam Storm status revoked. Yeah, no scam today. I don't need it. I've nearly done. I'll probably not get the breaches finished, so I want to spend a bit of time on them. But I'm going to get a lot of it done. As long as I can paint models while you paint terrain and you feed me pizza, well, there will be pizza. Not promising anything else. I think that'd be funny if we did like me, you, Billy, Neil all painting and just chatting. That'd be fun. The problem is like some terrain you can do like this, and not all terrain you can. When you gotta you gotta rattle can it all, it's like you can't really stream it. You can, but it's like you need like a really hot summer's day, and I should have done it over the summer. But I'm still printing terrain. I think I've printed 70 crates now, which is like kind of insane. I'm updating for our tournaments. Tickets still available. I think there's like one left, so if you want to grab it, grab it. For all our tournaments, I'm updating all the terrain to like make it like higher quality, like doing what we know best, terrain. You know, there's a lot of tournament terrain these days, just dogger. So I'm trying to make like the best tables, like super tournament functional, not like no retreat style, but like good tournament terrain. So I'm updating it all. Because we have a few tables that let us down, like the Games Workshop inspired tables. They're kind of like a little bit of a letdown. But I'm updating them all. I'm going to be using like proper GW terrain for a lot of it. And then some like proxies that are similar. For example, like the Orc terrain. That makes like a full board of terrain. From Octarius. That makes like a Games Workshop board. So I need to paint this. And I'll probably paint it very similar to this because this is relatively quick. We can paint this in a few hours. But it's a lot bigger, so that's the only downside. It's a lot more plastic. But you can also paint with a lot bigger brushes. So, win-win. I won. Yeah, you did win, mate. Well done. I'm painting this. What I probably should be painting is 6 drones. Like plague drones, so I can run the list, but I was because obviously we spoke about it at the end of the game. Like I was thinking dropping Slimix and drop the Nurglings for some more plague drones. The other reason I'm 5 points short, which is kind of gutting. And demons don't really have that like flexibility of dropping like a random upgrade. Like the only upgrade I've paid for that isn't like another like a model is like a plague drone, and then I'm 40 points down, which I can't spend on anything. A beast, which then I'm 80 points down. Maybe I could take another drone. Maybe that's a bit closer. It's like a unit of 5 and a unit of 6 and a unit of 4. Might be kind of dumb. All the other proper upgrade is the great and clean one, but you'd never leave without the -1 damage in melee, you know? You'd like never leave home without that. But it's insanely good. For 30 points, you'd always take it. Last one. Last one. It's a little one as well. Sorry, I appreciate Whistler's probably really annoying through stream. And then I straight away I start whistling again. It's such a banger, that's the problem. Such a banger tune. Right. What's your opinion on having a mix of terrain with open windows on the first level to some places having all bottom levels always counts closed? Like 100%. It's exactly how we do it. We have some terrain that has blocked windows at the bottom, some terrain that's solid on the bottom, because you need the mix. You need the mix. You can't have all blocked windows on the bottom, because then Imperial Knights just have a terrible day. All day, every day, they have a terrible day, which is shite for like a bunch of players. But you need it to stop stuff like Knights, where you can't hide from them. So, I might have 20 points left over, but there's nothing to use it on other than swapping troops around. Yeah, exactly, because like troops are locked at 10 in the unit. Then you kind of stuck. So, I'm tempted for my beast to run 1 unit of 3 and 2 units of 2, because I found the 1 beast kind of good, but the unit of 2 pretty good. So I think I'm going to run 1 unit of 3 and 2 units of 2. But it's just finding 5 points, unless I just cheat. I don't know how to find those 5 points. It's drop a whole model. Let's have a look. There it is. Yeah, so it's 2,005 points, this list. Oh, why did it go to focus? Sorry. 2,005 points. We've got Spoilpox with the Knell. Great and Clean one with the Waller trait and the Relic, obviously. Bile Piper. So these are like all auto take. Because Scrivener can make your Plague Drones objectives secured and +1 to hit. Bile Piper can make Great and Clean 1 +1 move. You can make the drones +1 move. 3 units of Plague Bearers because I've got battalions. So you have to spend 500 points on troops because Nurglings don't count anymore. 2 units of 3, so I think I'm going to make that a unit of 2. Oops. And that a unit of 2. So 1 unit of 3 and 2 units of 2. So still 7 beasts. Just because it's fun, you know. This is like not the competitive. It's not an overly competitive Nurgle list, but it's fun. But then it's the drones, you know. I've got the Nalmor. I didn't even realise I had the Nalmor in this list. Do I need the Nalmor? I think the Nalmor is good. That'd be the only thing I can drop. Because that's a minimum unit, can't change it. That's a unit of 6, so as soon as I drop one, I'm 40 points under, which I can't spend on anything. Because there's no upgrades. It's kind of like Age of Sigmar, it's really annoying. You know? The only thing you can drop is the Great and Clean Ones upgrade. which is kind of shy. But yeah, I didn't realise I had the Nalmor in there as well. Oh, maybe I've dropped that. It's like drop a beast, put in 3 Nurglings, pointless. Drop a plague drone, do nothing with it, or drop the tree. And put another... Oh no, still, I'd have 70 points then. Which is like, I drop the tree and put beast, Nurglings in. I think 3 beasts is fucking horrific. Or 7 beasts is fun. So I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to find 5 points. 3 is good, because if you get Bomb Rush, you can Deep Strike with the Grey and Cream one. That's not the Warhammer app. No, it's Battlescribe, bud. That was always the bit that put me off AOS, even though they say the list building is easier. Yeah, it's easier, but it's like harder at the same time. Like once you've got a list decided, you can kind of smash it together. But it's a bit annoying, because of that fact that it's so hard to. If you're 5 points under or 5 points out, or like if you're like 20 points under or 5 points over, you're kind of screwed.
Every piece with the black wash. Some of them got it a bit too much, but on the whole, it adds shadows and depths to the.
That's what I'm gonna do next. Wash.
It makes the whole scene thick.
Right, so watch. Let me grab my bucket. So an old bucket here, some brownie bucket. Just full of old brown paint. So anytime I have paint that I can't use, I put it in here and then add water. So I'm gonna add this Mornfang brown that's in here. It's kind of gone a bit stinky though. Very stinky wash. It might have gone off. Can wash go off? So look, there's like, this is like a mix of horrible brown wash paint. It's gross. Honestly gross. You'd never use this on miniatures, but for terrain it's great. So it's like PVA glue, some ink, and then like thin down, like loads of random thin down paints. If I've ever got a bit of paint spare, I'll just throw it in here. And then look, like this, that's like a nice wash consistency, but I'm gonna put a bit more water in. Just use endless spells for unused points. Yeah, but like, so you can't do that in 40k for a start. And sometimes endless spells are kind of useless. So, not every endless spell is worth looking at. Yeah, this is a brown wash. It's not a black wash, but that's okay. Do I have anything else I can add to this? I always like to add like little random shit in, like a bit of PVA glue and shit. It's like, yeah, it helps bind it. A bit of medium here we can put in. It helps to bind the paint together. Bit of that. Bit of varnish maybe. Only even like old shitty paint that I don't use. That's about all I've got. Got some inks. I'm really running low on raw umber, which is kind of gutting. Such a great. Was that use motor oil? Pretty much. It's basically a spit cup for paint. Yeah, literally. Oh, you know what I could put in? That non-oil gloss. I was going to add a little bit more before I use it a bit, that's all. Always keep it topped up. Do a shot. Now I'm alright. I'm alright for it, mate. Give 50 subs, I'll do a shot. I'm going to put all of this in here. Goodbye, non-oil gloss. You were great. You were amazing. I used you like 3 times. What the hell is in that tub of goop? Everything. Everything. Everything in this tub of goop. Look at it. It's glorious. Glorious, glorious goop. We love this. Oh. It does really smell a bit weird. It does smell a bit odd. I think if I drank some, I would throw up. Bit of PVA glue. Bit more in there. Yeah, boy. We've put everything in there. What else should I put in? Bit of snot. Bit cup, as we mentioned. I've actually got dip wash here. The problem is this isn't acrylic based. So I've got this. I bought this years ago. As you can see, the label is gone. But it's not acrylic based, so otherwise I'd add it in. If you feel unwell, call a doctor. Great. But I'd love to put that in there, but it's just thick brown wash. Right, so we're gonna paint this. So I need to make sure I've got somewhere to put the terrain whilst it dries. But after this, we're gonna paint the breaches because it's gonna take a while to dry this. Do I have to swallow a cherub? No. Hold me. Don't be silly. I would never agree to do something like that. Just laying out like a little drying rack for my blue roll for all this terrain. Yeah, I'm putting more goop in the goop. Yeah, you gotta keep your goop topped up. You don't want your goop to run out, do you? Imagine if your goop runned out. What? What'd you do without your goop? It's funny because Mark said do a shot. I do have a lot of shot glasses around me right now. I could do a perfect shot measurement. Right, there we go. So basically I've just got like a bunch of blue roll just behind the microphone. So once I've gooped it, I can put it there to dry. What's going on? Having a great time, mate. Ready? So what you do is you just wash it. It's just wash. That's all it is. But it's basically, for those asking, I said it's like old paint. So like if I've got my airbrush out and I'm using some browns, I'll throw it in. Okay. So it's old paint. There's a whole pot of null oil gloss if you've just seen. But mostly it's raw umber ink and medium. So it's like a cheap wash. Because you don't want to be painting this with Agrax Airshade. It's like £5 a tub these days. Fuck that. But what you do want to do is wash it with some cheap wash. No goop, no glory. Don't put that on anything. Listen, mate, look. Look how good it looks. It looks quite goopy, but it's just because it's like Agrax. It's just like a cheap Agrax Airshade. That's basically what we've made. It just smells a bit. That's all. I don't know why it smells. Probably because of the water in it, you know. Bit of PVA glue helps bind it. Bit of varnish. Old paint. It just goes murky and brown, which is exactly what we want. You know. This is perfect. How could you not want this, chat? Look how good it looks now. So the PVA glue gives its like consistency. So it like holds, because like if you just put like water in it and stuff, it'll just run off, which it is quite thin right now, which is kind of nice. Because you want it to be like, you know, go to the bottom, but you want a little bit of something to help bind it and help hold it in place. That's what the glue's for. It was like motor oil from a post-apocalyptic setting. Yeah, perfect for this. Yeah, literally, it's working a treat. So I'll leave these to dry. I've got a little bit too much on here, so I'm just going to knock a little bit more off. This is like a dip bucket. So if you saw my video about how easy is 3D printed miniatures, I used this on the Orcs. It's just a brown wash base. It's just a dip wash. You'll find that like a lot of people who like back paint or like or paint like loads of terrain will have something like this. At Games Workshop, they actually have a 5-litre bucket of like Agrex Earthshade. Obviously they make the shit, but it's for like the army painters and stuff. So they have like a bucket of Agrex Earthshade. But it's cheap as shit, that's why. And then they sell it for like a £5. But yeah, so I've seen the bucket because I had a friend who worked there, and they were painting some stuff, and they were just like, I'm doing it at work because I can dip wash my tanks. I was like, what? And he's like, look at this. He sent me a picture of a bucket of just like null oil. And I was like, wow. Because they did like display painting for the like you know, for the exhibition. So like when they do like the, not like the insanely golden demon stuff, but they did like, they were still really good, but like the army paintings, and like when they need like 500 of the same model for like a display, they would do that. And that's how they do it. Yeah, they just like airbrush, dip wash, smash it. What vehicles does the Imperial Navy have if you want to do a different game? I've got no idea. Planes? It's a trick question. I don't know. I'm not really bothered about playing with the breaches in a different game. I quite like them in this setting. I'm not really like a big tank person. I can never get Agrex Earthshade to knock coffee stain on my guardsman. Add a little bit of gloss varnish, but if it's coffee stain, it's because it's the surface tension is breaking. So a little bit of gloss varnish will help the surface tension. That would be my recommendation. The new one's a lot better, but it's a bit more expensive because it's not quite as much in the pot. Oops. I mean, that works. There we go. That worked a treat. Even if you drop it, who cares? You're in a bucket. No one cares. Let's get the excess off. That's all you gotta do. Dip wash to the max. I'm putting it on blue roll anyway, so it's all gonna run off. I might just roll these. It might be a lot easier. There we go. Beautiful. Dip wash, let's go, let's go. You guys made your own dip wash or ever seen this sort of technique before? I think doing it that way, I'm using a lot more paint, so I'm not going to do that because I don't want to run out, but you know. Fuck. No! This isn't on purpose, I promise. I'm just stupid. Why am I dropping it everywhere? It says it's not slimy, but it's obviously it's wet. That will do. There we go. It's working so well. It's so thin. Look how good that looks with the wash. It's amazing. I also believe someone said don't put anything in there. It looks mint. Let's go. The joints might get stickier now with that wash. Yeah, maybe. But that's okay. We can just work them out, you know? These big bits are the problem, because look how fucking huge it is. I've been holding it upright over the pot, which has been really helpful. Now I'm wanting to hold it sideways, which is kind of like counterintuitive. I'll do this side as well. All together now. Right, knock the excess off. So much. It's just oozing off. There's so much on there. Right, if I go like that, it'll run off into the bit that I'm doing next. Right? That's how it worked? No, it didn't work. We just left more excess. Damn it. I probably should have wore a glove for this part, but never mind. It's just dripping everywhere. Making such a mess. It is working a treat, but yeah, it's just trying to get the excess off before I'm gonna leave it to dry. There you go. Okay. That's one of the big ones. We've only got like another 7 to do. Hey, Scary, how's it going, buddy? Thanks for popping by. Hope you're doing well. We're currently painting the entirety of Kill Team in one sitting, as you can see. We are doing the dip wash. I think people have been confused about the old dip wash and just how excellent it is for this sort of task. Well, I could do if you're a bit worried about your dip wash getting dirty and going gross, like mine has. Put a bit of washing up liquid in there. That'll stop it going gross. Because it'll help kill the contaminants. It'll help the smell mostly. It's just very strong. That's all. Very strong paint odor. I mean, this is turned out to be a pretty good tutorial for how to paint in this style for terrain. Not gonna lie. Yeah, exactly. It's obviously thanks to Annie for that great video, but yeah, it's working a treat. You know. I try my best, guy. How you doing, bud? What's it like being back home finally? Obviously, Scary came and joined us in the studio just before I went on holiday. He's been all around Europe, by the looks of it, before he's finally returned to Canada land. There we go. Better. But yeah, like you couldn't be painting you just wouldn't paint this with a wash if you didn't have something like what I'm using now. It's just too expensive. Way too expensive to do anything like this with like actual Games Workshop aggro surf shade or anything like that. And this just having a bucket for old gross paint is perfect. It works a dream. So look at that consistency, you know what I mean? It's so perfect. You know? Super cool. Yeah, I'm recording all this. So basically, I'm recording the camera independently. So even though we're streaming, the camera is being recorded without the overlay. So I'm going to have access to both the stream and the camera independently. So I am recording this for a video. It's going to be more like a I paid all kill team in one day type deal. Because I don't want to do a tutorial, because obviously I'm using Annie's tutorial, so I think that'd be pretty yikes. So like use someone else's tutorial and make a tutorial video. We got a dry one. It's nearly dry. There you go. Almost dry. Looking good. Looking pretty good. The problem is with it, it's like these bits, it's just like there's so many little bits that you need to paint as well. There's all the other little bits of, well, there's not that many, but there's all the other little bits of terrain we need to look at as well. Then you could do a react to your tutorial, the content cycle continues. Yeah. And then I could react to her react, and so on. Never ends. Millions of views guaranteed. Whoosh. Whoosh. There we go. Get all these little bits out of the way. I said when I started, I had a system. One big bit, one little bit, and I've thrown that system out the window and forgot. I've got all the little bits now. Smash it, smash it, smash it. I think this is probably the most. It is quite boring to watch. I was holding my thing over a bucket, and you can hardly see what I'm doing. I feel like this is quite boring to watch, so I apologise. Now Louis is here. Entertain everyone in chat while I do this. What I'll probably do next is some airbrushing on the other terrain parts. I'm not 100% sure yet. I've just sprayed a lot of it silver and the crate black. I'm not going to be able to do much with this while it dries. Let's give me your AOS question. Yeah. Let's go. It's just messy, this part, that's the problem. Ask me about my recent 4, want a big event, or my even more recent 2-3 a small event. Hey, 2-3. Oh, mate. Mate, we have to chat about that. I have to remind you that you're shit as well. I do better at small events than big events. You do better at big events than small events. Louis, I can't believe you've not even painted the crew yet. What the fuck's going on? You better have it finished by the time I've got this terrain done. Rum 20 Duncan, by the way. Oh, yeah. Duncan, who also went 4-1. Ugh. Right, this is the last of the small bits. Now I've got all the large walls to do. They're really awkward because they're a bit too big. Poor Duncan. Poor Duncan at that event. What was he like? So for those of you who obviously don't know, because only like me, Louis, and maybe Mark, if you tell you knows, one of the gaff lads went to a tournament with Louis the other day, and he was thrown up in the car by about 6:30, I think it was. Not in the morning, the evening. So that's what Louis is referring to with the rum. Bless him. At least he didn't fight anyone. That's the main thing. Anyone have any advice for painted 40k Seraphon? 40k Seraphon? What are you on about, you psycho? Are you wanted to paint 40k but want to paint Seraphon? Run them into recruit or guard. You could run Exodites. Alright, okay. Crew. Makes sense. Duh. I was like, whoa, Seraphon 40k army? That's quite wild of you, mate. Paint crew. Contrast. Plaguebearer flesh is probably good green for them. For their flesh. Alright, my drying racks. I'm running out of space on the old drying rack now. I might get the 40k dwarves. The 40k dwarves look sick and they're very strong. So, it's a good army to get. Use them as carriage on overlords in AOS as well. It's big brain. Right. We're running out of my drying rack, so I don't know what to do. I'll put everything ever so slightly closer together. So all these little parts are all getting in the way. I'm trying to stand everything up like upright so it dries properly. Because if you have like a bit that's like, if you like lay it upside down, for example, the wash will run upside down and look weird. So you kind of gotta like stand it all up as if it was on the board. But it's all falling over. And that's that. Okay. Move these forward. Move you back. Appreciate you watching me do admin on my drying rack. It's not fun. I apologise. I can only apologise. This is fucking huge compared to the rest of it. There we go. I'm going to maybe get one more on the front of here, then I'm going to have to do something about it. When does Into the Dark go hit the shelves? Today, mate. I'm pretty sure it's today. It was a 2-week pre-order, I think. Or was it a week? Is it out today? Am I breaking my NDA? Or is it a 2-week pre-order? How much of the Votan range do you think you could use as Karajan Overlords? Because that would be a really big brain move for me. You could probably just, like, use the infantry and just buy the frigates, right? I think the vehicles are the problem if you wanted to do Votan as Karajan Overlords and vice versa. I think there'll be so many people painting Karajan Overlords ready for Votan. But I imagine the scale is going to be way off. That's a really good video, actually, Mikey. Well done. Great idea, Mikey. Votan versus Karajan Overlords. Scales creep. Right. Okay. I don't know what to do because I've just got to wait for that to dry. I've still got 4 walls to do, so I think I have to make a second drying rack. Yes, I'll make a second drying rack. I've got these 4 left. Good fucking state. Look at state. How long have you been going for? About 3 hours nearly. About 2.5, 3 hours now. How long have you been going for? There we go. How are you? Welcome. We're just dip washing at the minute. We've got our pot of goop. Make sure you keep giving it a stir as well because the pigment will settle because it's not paint, it's mostly water. I've got 2 boxes of the stuff for crew. Got a question. Should I assemble them as proper crew for 40k? Or should I give them all cool guns and hope it's okay for tournaments? I imagine they'll get an updated data sheet. Now, I can't confirm that, but that's what we've seen with all the other ones. Well, we we haven't seen it for the Phobos. The Phobos haven't had an updated... The Pathfinder's got an updated data sheet, right? From Chalna. They got an updated data sheet, I'm pretty sure. But the Novitiate's got a data sheet. So, they might make the Warband, like an updated data sheet for crew. They might make it its own data sheet. Phobos are getting Marines 2.0. This is true. Yeah, exactly. So they might make it a unique data sheet. Or they might not even bother. So, I think I'd hold out as long as possible. I would hold out as long as possible for putting the arms on. Just so you can have as much information as possible when you do finally build them. But the problem is there's no guarantee. So I'm a bit like... The safest option is to build them as crew and just use them as crew, you know? But the problem is if they make the crew unit, that if they make a unique data sheet and make it really good, then you're kind of wasting models. Drink it. I said 50 gifted subs, I'd drink it. But 50 gifted subs in one go. Which is like... a lot. 2 grand? 50 times 5? 250? I won't drink all of it, I'd do a bit. I'd drink a bit. Just to guarantee. Before I was out punching getting the credit card out. But yeah, it is gross. It smells really bad because it's just old paint. And water. And gloss varnish and medium and who knows what. Probably a bit of Millionaire's mini bite still in there. Who cares? I think Gino killed it with this box set for Kill Team. Killed it as in did really well, because I think, yes. Unless you're saying Kill Team, I'm not so sure, but great job, I agree. honestly agree. It's a really good box set. It's really cool. I don't know the price though. Obviously, this is free from Games Workshop. Hashtag ad. Hashtag sponsored. But yeah, it's like the problem is it's not very usable outside this game, which I think is a downside. But if you want it for Kill Team, you're gonna love it. If you want it for 40k stuff that you can use in Kill Team, it's kind of not a great box. What is it like colours? Mate, it's a bit of everything. So it's like basically whenever I'm airbrushing, I'll use it as like a dump. So I'll dump stuff in here. It's like there's probably like 40 different colours in here, plus glue, plus paint, plus the null oil. But just put the null oil gloss in there. So yeah, whenever I make washes or mix paints up that's like a brown or a tinted colour, then I put in here. If it's like a primary colour, I won't, obviously, but if I'm airbrushing a bit, I'll like rinse my brush out in here. Just because like it doesn't matter, it just needs to be brown. It's usable for Zone Mortalis and Heresy. Yeah, exactly. That's like probably like the only place you could use it, like Zone Mortalis. Which wouldn't be too bad, to be fair. You need a bit more though, so if the I'm just a bit curious what they're gonna do with the rest of the boxes this year, because it's like it's expandable, but they can't just keep adding like walls and doors. You know what I mean? It's gonna be so boring. If it's just like 4 boxes of walls and doors, you'll be like, all right, I'm done. I'm out. Thanks, guys. Right, last one. Oop, dripped a bit. That's a bit. Oh, actually, I made a bit of a mess. I only dripped a little bit off, not back in the bucket or on the drying rack. Drying rack I can't avoid, but back in the bucket it's pretty good. Right, that's the gloop stage done, I think. Yeah. Bosh. Booyah. We're done with the gloop. Ugh. What a mess. It does a usable thing with Necromunda 2 that uses its own mortalities, I think. Yeah, it does. I think it'll expand like Space Hulk. You'll get mission packs. And new layouts for it. Use the same set for the main box. So the new box, they've said that each new box will have more terrain that you can add to your collection. So it's going to build a full board, by imagine, like a bigger board. But it's just like how much can they do, you know what I mean? It's going to get more twisted the further into the Space Hulk the releases went, so probably very warped Metal Demon stuff. Yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, good to go towards more warped, more crazy shit. And maybe just like a more like a themed room, you know, like a control room, for example. They might have like a board for that you can mix in with the old stuff. Yeah, like a mini control room or a massive one. You might get Eldar/Tau ship sets. Yeah, because Space Hulks are like amalgamations of multiple ships, right? That's the whole point. Ugh. Right, okay. I'm going to go wash my hands. Probably make some coffee and some food. For 1 second. Wash my hands, I'll be what I'm doing. Okay. Let's have a look what the next step is, and I can make a decision.
That's all this is right. It's just a couple of steps left. So a really quick light dry brush with silver again. And then finally I reapplied some bright orange spots.
So we're going to go over again with some silver. That's cool. And screens.
And I like oxide to paint in the lights and some of the screens on the walls. Just to add an additional colour. You could skip this part or use a different colour. This is not the most realistic of additions, but I think that it adds something really nice.
We're going to airbrush that bit.
We just have to paint the scatter scenery, which I did using mostly washes, a few contrast paints, and the Tigers Corrosion technical paint. And the set is ready to play.
Glossed over that bit, Andy. What are you doing to me? So I think it's just washes. Oh, she's painted those bits the same. I think it's just wash. And then just like the odd bit of colour.
Which is odd. I don't think it would have mattered if it was the same size, but maybe the gameplay needs it. We'll see when we start playing some games. Thank you so much for watching this speed paint tutorial.
So maybe we could just like put some contrast on there. And then wash it all in the dip wash. And then airbrush these bad boys. And dip wash them as well. Yes, I don't really know what to do with these. I'm not sure what they're supposed to look like. Like maybe this should have been the same colour as all that. But like these, that we know what we're doing with them. We'll move them out of the way. They're going to be green. These things, like power generators, we could probably paint these things like yellow, paint the wheels black, and then wash it all, and then airbrush inside. Damn, you can film videos these days. My brain's still stuck in 2003 where you can film a TV video camcorder, it'll look all blurry. Yeah. I mean, I had it up over there, which I'm like, my setup is really weird. I don't just have, like, I'm using this, what I'm looking at to look at chat is like a laptop that's a remote desktop to my computer that's behind me, so. But how's it going, Discourse? Sounds like you want to play Necromunda. That does sound like Necromunda. They're just tanks. There's some lead belcher and a bit of null oil and Bob's Uncle. Yeah, this is true. But the walls have come out pretty well. We'll grab this one. This one's a little bit wet still. They've come out alright, I think. Just waiting for them to dry. But yeah, maybe just like a couple of colours, like a fire extinguisher on here. They could be red. A couple of washers. Going good. Enjoy your holiday. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. I'm glad to be back, but I think I definitely needed a holiday. That's for sure. I definitely needed the holiday. It was very, very good though. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to paint these yellow with a bit of contrast. I'm not going to be spending ages on this. I'm just kind of just going for it. We'll use maybe iron jaws. Then we could do like a little bit of like sponging. I'm not going to spend ages. I'm just going to smash some colours on and see what happens. If it doesn't look good, it doesn't look good. But I could just wash it all afterwards. That's not the right colour. I am in yellow, might be better. Got a bit more hue to it, this one. Yeah, that'll do. Why is it disconnected? It's annoying. Yeah, so before we dip wash these as well, we just want a little bit of different colour on there. Just to vary it up a little bit. That sounds like a plan to download bits. What about the bits that attach to the walls? Not sure yet. Haven't decided just yet. A lot of them are painted the same way. I might just go back and paint them I might just go back and stipple them and paint them exactly the same way. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Trust the process, we said, right? Trust the process. Just smash it with a bit of paint. Hope for the best. Sorted. I'm actually painting a Horns of Hashut warband for a Warcry at the moment while I wait for a video to upload. I saw you've been playing that a bit more. How you find it? Yeah, we really enjoyed Warcry. I think the new well, the new edition feels the same as the last one, but the new miniatures are really nice and the terrain's really good. I think the game system's really good. I just think it's not very popular. I don't know why. I'm not really sure what's hampering it. Because I really like the Rock My Creed. The Horns of Hashut are really cool. I think the game system's really good. The terrain's really nice. Like Kill Team, I just can't work out what's hampering it. Why isn't it as quite as popular as you'd expect? That's what's weird. I think it's a great game. A really great game. Right, let that dry a minute. Leave them for a little bit before we dip them. This one. Which will probably want a big red tank there. Why not? Bit of bile red, that'll do. So yeah, I'm just going to just contrast a few bits and just add some colour and see what happens. That is such a thick red. Thick boy. What a thick boy that is. Thing is, red, it always looks much more vibrant while it's wet, and then it dries and it just disappears. But yeah, Warcry, Kill Team, both great game systems. Can't work out if they're popular or not. Haven't decided. There's quite a big Kill Team group at Sanctuary, Man's local gaming store, you know, where the shed is. There's quite a large group there. I think there's like 15 players playing the other night. Contrast over black. No, it's metallic, mate. Does it look black? It's a bit dark. It's like grey. It's like metallic. I think I probably should have done these orange as well. Thinking about it. And these bits. Maybe I'll just leave them metallic. What do you want? Maybe metallic with a heavy wash might work. I could dry brush those with some aluminium. So I'll dry brush those. It's these tanks I don't know what to do with. These things. These three. And he just painted it all like that. Well, this is black, basically brown wash, and then dry brushed. I feel like plain metallic might be a bit boring though. Maybe we do just that. We just dry brush it and then wash it. So I think I'll dry brush these and wash them. This maybe the same. Maybe the same. I can't actually see them on my board. No, I can't see them. So I think I'm just going to dry brush all these and wash them twice. Right, we'll do that. Where's my aluminium gone? There. I think games like Warcry Kill Team might not be as big as like 40k, because there's not a comp scene. I do know various groups of people who play games in mates kids. Yeah, this is true. It could be because of the lack of competition, because competitions drive like popularity, that's for sure. It definitely drives like popularity to the game and brings it to the attention of a lot more people. Even if you don't play competitive, competitive scenes drive traffic, you know? So maybe that might be why Warcry and Kill Team aren't very popular, because they don't really have like a competitive scene to help drive, like brings people back to it, you know? Keeps people talking about it, keeps people thinking about it. And then people that play competitive don't care, but then they're like, well, I don't care about the competitive stuff, but they know about it. You know? You might be like, yeah, I'm a casual player, I don't play competitive, but you're aware of the competitive scene. You know it's happening, so it's obviously doing its job. No, it's interesting, that's for sure. I don't know, it's just weird. You think the game system will carry itself, but I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it anymore. Definitely very weird. There's so many games out there that are like really, really good that just aren't popular, and it might be for that reason. There's definitely something holding different games back. I don't know what that is. It might also be less visibility because it's easy to have a small table for skirmish games, but having a massive 40k table is easy to pop down to local game store. Also, very good point. Also a very good point, yeah. A lot more people might play Kill Team at home, be a lot more casual. Play it on your coffee table, that's what they're literally designed for. You know? And maybe more people do that rather than going out to play, because as you say, like, you can do that because it's such a small game. Whereas 40k, you need to play, well, a lot of the time you need to play in a venue because you don't have that space, and that's what wargaming stores rely on. Oh, they're blocking the nozzle there, that's why that just spit it out. Good job, we need it soon. Minigames require a lot of investment of time, energy, money, and the big boxes raise the barrier to entry for those games. Does the big box create a barrier to entry? I know you made a bit. I know you tweeted something about this, but like the big boxes, it's a bit of a weird one because it's not like a new system. It's just the same system that they've had for a while. It's just unique terrain, and I don't know. If one person has the box, then you don't need to buy it. If you just want to play in the terrain, you can still play with your other kill teams. The newer kill teams are obviously better, but like there's so many newer kill teams now. It's not like you're going to be like left behind if you play in Krieg, you know. You can still play with like traditional 40k terrain. You don't need any of it. It's one of those things, you know. The big box have always been there. Can't remember asking my bro for the second issue 40k birthday and he wanted one at £40 would be all of his birthday money. Yeah, that's always been Games Workshop's like MO, hasn't it? It's been a big box set with loads of models in. And then you buy another kit that's the same price as the box set. Mikey, just interested, do you think you'll buy this product if you're not sent a review copy? Would I buy it? No, because I'm poor. I'm a very poor YouTuber. But I would be. I was interested in it when I heard about it. Because I really like Space Hulk and I love the setting and the models are really cool. So I would be very interested in it. I don't know if I go out and buy it because it is quite a large investment, but you know, it's one of those things. I don't think the price is outrageous. I'm just very poor. If I had unlimited money and I wasn't sent a review copy, I would buy it. So, but yeah, I am sent a review copy, so all of my opinions are quite biased anyway, so just take that with a pinch of salt. Is Kill Team more like a board game? Like, I got a lot of board games back in the day. I only played them most once or twice, but still always bought more. I feel like Kill Team is the same to me. Yeah, it's very board gamey, yeah. It does have a big board game vibe, that's for sure. Lots of people are very poor. This is true. I don't think like not being able to afford a product makes a product bad though. I don't know. I want yellow propane canisters as well. I'm gonna have to look in the book, aren't I? I need inspiration for these tanks. Let's have a look. They better have pictures of the terrain in this thing. The Navy, the crew, Black Ops, rules. Oh, they do, kinda. Here we go. Okay, so he's got it quite rusty. Damn. Burgundy, that could work. But then there's everything else quite rusty. They've done everything really rusty. Oh no. Yeah, if I paint a lot of it with typhus corrosion, that might work. Kill TV is finding its footing at the moment. Was always positioned as a beginner funnel to bring new people in. I think now Judo is finding where it needs to stand its own feet if it's going to be successful. Yeah, this is true. It's been going for like a year now. You know? We're like a year into Kill Team's life. I'm scared of painting anything. I'm confused. I don't have Annie to help me here. Annie, help. Do I paint those with typhus corrosion? Why not? The barrels. I should probably paint it all with typhus corrosion, but there we go. Copper, dry brush, good metal, finish with some dirty brown. Yeah, maybe. Copper probably would be quite good as well. I have a really nice copper colour, but it's a bitch to paint with though. It's that what's it called? Sycorax bronze. I know bronze, not copper, but such a nice colour. Such a nice colour, just a shite to paint with. I think Mikey said it earlier. Kill team is a great chance for unit/rules which do things you can't do in 40k. See his way of making things feel like they're doing the lore. Yeah, exactly. Like as we mentioned, we were talking about like the next expansion might have a cool thing where you can go outside of the space hulk and it'd be 0 gravity. That'd be really cool, but you couldn't do that in 40k. You know? But that'd be like a really cool concept of like, oh well, it's 0 gravity out here. If you spend 2 turns out of here, you might run out of oxygen, or you know, I don't know, some shit like that. It might be cool. But they can't have that concept in 40k because it's a bit too complicated for like such a large game system. Whereas Kill Team, it's like a bunch of operatives, you know. You can have them going outside, coming back in, trying to investigate or whatever. I don't know. They could do quite a lot with it, I think. It's going to be interesting to see where it goes. It's just different game from 40k. There's a lot of really tight skirmish games that can mechanize strange things. Yeah, exactly. Average corrosion, carry me here, lads. Man with no plan. Hyper's corrosion. Luna, for example, does low gravity combat really well. Interesting. I've never heard of Luna. I think that's the other thing as well. Games Workshop has made such a great ecosystem where you don't. That's like what my next video is about. Is they don't want you to hear about anything else. And they've managed to do that very, very well. Is that because they're such a large company and they have the money to do it, or because they've just played the cards very well? I think that's the interesting question. Obviously, I'm sat here painting this because Games Workshop sent me this. I won't be painting it otherwise, you know. As I said, I might have bought it, but would I do a day-long stream with it? Maybe not. Because they've monopolized the YouTube market so well. We're all just little YouTube monkeys doing as we're told. But it's interesting that other companies don't quite do that the same way. When clearly it works. I realised I was zoomed in the entire time. I'm so stupid. I was recording this and I was zoomed in for the video. Ten facts Games Workshop Illuminati don't want you to know. Yeah, exactly. They're a huge gatekeeper in the hobby for sure. I don't know if it's the gatekeeper is the word. Like, they are very good at keeping you in the ecosystem. Like their paint, their glue, their tools, their models, their magazines, their television, probably even music soon. Who knows? But it's just like Apple, you know. Apple has always had, until soon, you know, because like the laws are changing, but Apple have had unique chargers to iPhones and iPods, etc. for so long, because they want you to think it's an inconvenience to change your charger, so you get the same phone every time. Also a massive reason why the hobby is even remotely popular. Yeah, it's like it's weird, but yeah, they're just like such a behemoth in there compared to every other company. Like especially in the last few years, like 5-10 years ago, it wasn't that case, but now it feels like it is again. It was like there were lots of companies competing at the top. Like X-Wing was one of the biggest companies doing it, and Games Workshop got very sad. I won't be playing Stargrave or Zone Alpha if not for playing Warhammer. Exactly. I think it just comes down to each challenge using GW to get themselves into spotlight and then surprise Pikachu face when their channel does poorly when they cover something else. Yeah, that's also a factor, yeah. If your entire channel is based on one topic and then you try and do a different topic, it's going to do really poor. It's just how it is. GW would pattern the paintbrush if they could. They definitely would, yeah. They'll pattern everything. Okay. So that's all going to dry. And then we're going to dip, wash, and dry brush it all silver. We just need to paint these, which I'm probably going to do with the airbrush. That'll be a lot easier. Move more little bits and bobs to dry to one side. It's just silver canisters. I don't like the silver canisters, but I don't know what colour to put them. Boom. Okay. I haven't used my airbrush in about a week, so this is probably going to go badly. Well, more than a week, sorry. Oh, alright. Sound. Sweet, okay. Cool. Okay. We need an army green. Look. Sick green. That'll do. Sick, pal. Sit there. There you go. Yeah, there's a bit of a trend of like the whole Games Workshop is killing my channel thing, which is quite funny. I can see where you're coming from, Cobra. I can see how you could look at it, and that's like the vibe. But yeah, like Discourse is right. It is pretty much like Warhammer or 40k or everything else is kind of like in the same pot. god, this paint might be bad. This paint is bad. That's just water. Well, medium. I'm not so sure. The problem with these pots is they are, like, everyone rates, like, oh, Games Workshop pots are bad, but my god, if you want to mix a paint in a Games Workshop pot, it's so much better than trying to mix a Vallejo pot. Like, this is a, you don't have to do this with the Games Workshop pot. You can get a paintbrush in there, but this is dumb. And I know someone's going to say, buy a vortex mixer, and yes, maybe I should buy a vortex mixer, but maybe I should be able to mix my paint easier. This has literally probably been sat for years, to be fair. The problem is, do I even want to use this in my airbrush at the minute? It's just pigment. That's cool. It was. Until it wasn't. Okay. Put that there. I need it again. Put that down a little bit. Fucking hell. It might be a bit too thick because of the might be a lump of pigment in there now. Oh, the needle's broke. There you go. Yeah, maybe the needle's just fucked. It's got a lump of blue paint in there. Okay. This is what happens when you don't paint for a week, chat. Would not recommend. Always paint. Always paint. Games Workshop products only. Paint Games Workshop models with Games Workshop paint. Always. Never use Vallejo. Vallejo suck. Sarcasm if Vallejo are listening. I saw who spilled their entire Sigval burgundy at midnight last night and had to creep around the house to clean it up, and now he's left with stains everywhere. He'll no praise of GW pots. I broke at none. You know, I met the guy. Sadly, I couldn't interview him. But I met the guy who is like in charge of like Citadel products, like all the paints and shit. And he had some very good, obviously it's his product, so he's going to know it very well, and he works at Games Workshop. He's not going to be like, oh yeah, dropper bottles are better. He did make some very very good arguments for GW pots. Such as when you look, have a, like, if I do this, I don't know what colours they are. I've got to, like, you can kind of see, but if you have them like across from you, excuse me, you have them across from you, you can't tell what pot paint it is, whereas the Games Workshop pots are clear so you can see. And Games Workshop pots do this. Games Workshop pots don't fucking block your paintbrush with pigment when you've left them for too long. Yeah, I shouldn't have risked it. I need a vortex mixer for some older paints, because that is just a joke. You can't mix it with anything. You've got to take it all out and try again. I've definitely fucked this. I had water spraying through, then I put the green paint in, and now I don't. I hate airbrushing. I hate old paints, that's what I hate. But I've got so many paints I've had for years that I hardly ever use. And now they're useless because they've all dried. There we go. Just fucking got it out. So it's bloody full of paint now. I don't think I've got anything small enough to get in there. No. There you go, that's how squared into my brush. You see that? Have a look. There you go. That's why it's not spraying. Because of that. That wasn't there when I squirted it onto the paper. That wasn't there, was it? Look how much there is. Could use that for basing, there's that much. Well, that was fun. I enjoyed that. Fucking about 20 minutes with a shit paint. So yeah, if a paint's old, don't use it. That's what we just learned. Don't even try, because all what it's done is all the pigments separated. All the pigments just separated, so it's like all clogged. It wasn't paint, it was medium and lumps. That's what we've learned. It was medium and a bunch of lumps. Yeah. Right, Trusted Games Workshop paint coming up. Death Guard green, Defo Forest now. Cast Allen green. Or mixing a separate shot glass. Yeah, you could do that, but I'm lazy. Why do I do that when I can not do that? As you saw, I mixed it, and it just came out all shit anyway. So I'd have to like empty the paint, mix it, and put it back in the pot. That's just a fucking piss take. You know? Here's workshop paint. Let's go. Bit watery, but there you go. Actually spraying, which is the main thing. Very watery, this paint. Let a quick coat down and then we'll go in and tidy it up in a second. But we're going over black anyway, so it's going to take a couple of coats. Cool. Probably use a little scatter tray like this. You don't want to stick every piece to a separate shot glass. Because I'm lazy. So I'm trying to spray and it blows everywhere. Maybe I should have put it on a shot glass. That probably would have been wise. Where's my hairdryer? I lost my hairdryer. I actually have. Someone stole my hairdryer. That's 2 hairdryers I've had nicked. I'm blaming George. Have you played against 9th edition Tau? Yes. They are pretty. I'm not like a super optimized version, but I have played against Tau, yeah. They're pretty nasty. I actually have lost a hairdryer. That is quite annoying. I wonder if I can rescue that goblin green, sick green or whatever it was. It'll take a load of medium and a load of mixing, that's a problem. Yeah, like, look, this problem is with like Vallejo paints. I'll show you what the issue is. That's just not coming out at all. So the nozzle's blocked. Watch it, this will be a perfect paint. Like, look, just medium. And all the pigment sat at the bottom. This is a problem with these dropper bottles. I'm a Games Workshop paint pot fanatic. I'm going to put my dropper bottles into Games Workshop paint pots. But this is dumb, you know what I mean? Like that's dumb. Why would you want to put your paints into these things? That's just, I think it's just rubber in there now, you know? It's not that old. It's like a couple of years. And it's just a solid lump in there. Like, how are you supposed to use these? Like, your paints will just... Everyone's like, oh, Games Workshop paint pots make your paint dry faster. Are you kidding? Look at this. I'm literally grabbing the pigment. This is a dead paint, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think this is coming back, you know? I don't think no amount of mixing is bringing this paint back. And I've had it like a year and a half. This smells like what my glue smells like as well. It's just making such a gross noise. Like, people choose to put their paints in here. Are you high? I could probably pull all this out and have a clean pot. Look at that. That's just pigment just sat at the bottom. That's not going to go back together ever. You know? The problem with these is that there's not much room. It just dries because it separates so easily. And you can't shake them. You can't properly shake these. You can put an agitator in here. The agitator's going to do shit in this. You know? I ain't fun pulling this out. You're like, are you telling me that this is like a superior? I might just cut the top off and have a look. I think I am. Are you telling me that's a superior way to Hellstorm paint? That is like a perfect sculpt at the bottom of the bottle. This is... Why would you ever want to put your paint in this bottle? What a joke. The other one will be exactly the same and all. That is unrescuable. No Mountain Vortex mixing is saving that paint, but Citadel colour, Elf flesh. It's dry around the top, but it's still paint. And you can mix it. You can feel it mixing. But this is shit. Never mind. Anyway. Wait. Oh yeah, we're watching paint dry. But yeah, the guy who designed the pot, I said, like, big simp, Games Workshop simp time, because obviously he works there, he designed it, so he's going to be like, he's obviously going to say that it's a better product, but like, they've designed the pot so when you shake it, you can get the motion in there, which dropper bottles don't have, because dropper bottles are already a product for a liquid. They weren't designed for paint. They're designed for hand sanitizers and shit like that. You know? Whereas Games Workshop pots have been designed so when you shake them, there's enough room in there that the paint moves for the viscosity, you know? That's why they are like they are. But Vallejo pots don't have that, you know? They're just pots that just work, you know? This will probably be the same. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's just medium. And that's probably... That one does mix, so maybe that one's going to be okay. Yeah, that one's okay. But the other one's fucked me. Fucked. Oh well. I'm going to quickly... I'm annoyed that I don't have a hairdryer. I actually don't know where that's gone. That's just a hot glue gun. What's on the hairdryer? Yes, I'm a bit pissed that that's disappeared. But I think I'm going to airbrush this and I'm going to grab a quick bite to eat and put a video on while I'm gone. But literally don't have it. Is it quite dark, this? I can't quite tell. It looks quite dark, doesn't it? I'm going to dry them off a little bit. So rude. I wanted to get everything painted and then washed before I go for winter. That hairdryer is going to take ages to dry. Okay. Might do a quick highlight with a bit of Lauren Forest. Bit mixed in there. I don't know how much that would change the colour, but you know. Wait, that. Is there any other airbrushing I want to do? Probably not. Not right now. Cool. Yeah. Just a quick rinse out before I leave it for a bit. I'm going to need this in a bit, I imagine. Whoop. Got that. A lot of pigment in there then. That's just a little bit of IPA and a bit of blowback, you know? Blowback. Cool, and a bit of water. So that's just a little bit of isopropyl alcohol. So that's a bit of like, it's really good at stripping paint. It's really handy to clean brushes. And then with the cotton bud to get the bottom. If anything we missed, which we definitely did. A quick white brown, sorted. Okay. Take that out and then that can charge. That. Bit of that. Okay. Okay, alright. There's still quite a lot of drying time left needed for the walls. So we're going to try and get these up to scratch, and then we can start washing them as well. So I think probably these can probably get dipped. Ready? These can just go straight and get dipped. And then the crates need the insignia painting, and then they can get dipped as well. The insignia's a little bit wet right now. Leave them to dry for a little bit longer. I'm just going to dip these ready to go. And then I'm going to go and get some lunch. So I've got like 2 hours left to paint this today. I don't know if I'm going to get... probably get the terrain finished. I probably won't get the breaches started today. But it is a shame. I was excited to paint those. I knew if I started the breaches, I'd never get the terrain started. But then if I get the terrain started, I might get the breaches done. Because once the paint's dry, it's a quick dry brush, and then it's and then screens, and then it's done. Which I could probably do in a few hours. It's the drying time that's killer. Well, this pulls really nicely, but it just means it takes ages to dry. The damn pot has been a lifesaver today. This dip tub. Been an absolute bloody lifesaver. Straight in there. Go on, get done. Beautiful. Drowning it. Drowning it. Done. Again. Again. Beautiful. Drowning it. Done. Back to the wrong model. And this one, I might just wash the crates now because I've got to wait even longer for the fucking shit to dry. If I wash them and then like loosely stipple on the detail, that might look quite good. I'm not a big hater of GW pots as a lot of other people, but GW paint pots are super messy, generally speaking. Yeah, true. I think the trap is like leaving them open while using them. It's nice that you can get them off the lid, but then all the paint runs down the back of the pot and then dries. I think that's the problem. And then you get that big ring of dried paint around the edge, so your paint pots don't shut properly. But yeah, I think Vallejo pots are just kind of annoying. It's obviously convenient when you're airbrushing, you can pour it straight in, but it's just annoying when they dry up like that and you can't do anything about it. There we go. Okay. Right, chat. My gamers, my dudes, my ladies, my guys, my friends. I've got to wait for all this to dry. And I'm going to take a little break because I've always been going since 10. I've been going for 4 hours. So I'm going to take a quick 10-15 minute break. Go and grab a bite to eat, grab a drink, have a bit of a walk. So I'm going to put a video on, one of my videos, for you guys to watch whilst I go do that. And it might autoplay another one, I don't know. Depends how long I'm going to be. But I just need 5 to 10 minutes just to go and grab a bite to eat. So, bite to eat. Hey, we got your friends. That's true. You're a loser, Magoo. You're a loser. Forgot. You don't have any friends. Especially not me. Okay. What should I put on? An old but gold. There you go. You can watch me use mod dip watch.
All throughout April, but there are already whispers of
And
what's
beautiful dancing.
A while ago, I made a video called How Much Do 3D Printed Miniatures Cost? And it kind of went over just how fast you can
BRB, I'm
go
hungry.
through a bottle of resin to print loads of miniatures and how much each miniature costs. And I kind of briefly went over just how long each print took.
But once it's running, then you can just leave it, you know? If it takes 4 hours for a print, once it's actually running, you make sure it's working and then you just leave it for 4 hours and you do it again straight after.
Well, the very nature of 3D printing is all about rapid prototyping. But in a world of X's and monos and Marses and Saturns and Jupiters, you can literally print anything you want. But how rapid is it really? Today's Monday, and let's say I was going to go down to my local gaming store on Thursday, for example, and I wanted to play with my friend. And they didn't want to play the normal game we play. They wanted to play a new game they've painted up a team for. And this new game, for example, is kind of like football, like American football, but you beat each other up. I've never played this game. I've never bought anything for this game. Now, they've got everything, but they have only got one team. So I need a team for that day to try it out. So just how fast could I take a team, print it, and paint it? Could I get it ready for Thursday? I suppose we're about to find out just how fast 3D printing is. So I've got my laptop here and I've already downloaded all of the models. I didn't think that counted towards the timer, but there we go. Black Rock Killers from Torchlight Models, who are sponsoring this video. And they're all pre-supported, which is awesome, and it's going to save me loads of time. I'm going to be printing them on my Mars 3. All my print settings can be found on my Discord, as long as you're a YouTube member at 3D Printer Go Burr or higher. But I'm going to be loading all these files into Tutu Box Pro, getting them arranged for the Mars 3. So let's start the timer now. Okay, first problem, there are way too many models to fit on one print. So I'm going to try and optimize the print for the first set. We're probably going to have to do multiple plates for this. Okay, so I've got the first 10 models ready on the plate. Now, it's pretty full. It's not like 100% overloaded. It is pretty full, so I'm a bit nervous about this print, but we're almost 6 minutes in, just preparing the print. We are going to have to do 2 beds, though, so I'm going to have to try and save some time somewhere. So with that, it's going to take 1 hour, 49 minutes, and 11 seconds to print. So we're going to save this and go and prepare for printing. Hello. This is my print room. It's really small. It's got really bad soundproofing. The lighting's terrible. But we're going to be printing on the Mars 3 today, as I've already mentioned. And obviously, I do have an LG Saturn, which has a much larger build plate, which can probably fit more of the miniatures on in one go. But I don't think I could get all of them on anyway. So I'll still have to do 2 print beds. And this prints each bed faster because it has a better screen. Also, it's more of an entry-level printer, which means you're more likely to have this one than you are to have this like mid-size printer. So we're going to be printing it on the Mars 3. We're going to be washing it in the cure station. We're going to be curing it in the cure station. And when I'm done with my machines, to save time when I do want to start a print, I tend to clean them out and empty the resin already. So it is all leveled and it's all clean, ready to go. So maybe that's cheating. We're going to be printing the miniatures today in ABS-like resin. So this is grey. This is one of my go-to resins. It's not quite as brittle as like standard, and it's also not as expensive as some of the other resins out there. So if you don't want to get some resin or any of the tools I'm using today, there are links in the description to Amazon. It is an Amazon affiliate link. It helps me out, so thank you in advance. So without further ado, let's get some resin on the go and let's think about starting this print. So that's the printer ready to go. I should mention that I have prepped the FEP with some anti-friction dry PTFE. I think it helps like release the print because obviously of all of the suction with such an overloaded bed, it's probably better to put a bit of lubricant on the FEP just so we do get a good release later. And so far, setting up the print, we've not had to level the bed because that was already done. We've not had to change the resin or anything like that. We're at 10 minutes. We spent 10 minutes roughly work time of setting up the prints on the slicer, slicing them, and then being ready to print. So yeah, so now we just go to print and we start our 2-hour timer. So see you in 2 hours. Now while they start to print, let me tell you about the miniatures we're printing and today's sponsor. Torchlight Models is a miniature figure Patreon that is creating high quality, pre-supported, printable, old school models to play your favourite games. They are providing a new batch of miniatures every single month. This month, the release is the Black Rock Killers, an Orc/Black Orc fantasy football team which contains 19 pre-supported models ready to print. There are 4 Orc Blitzers, 6 Black Orcs, 2 Orc Throwers, 2 Line Orcs, 4 Goblins, and a massive Troll. Not only that, if you subscribe today, you'll also get an additional 10 miniatures in their welcome pack, which can be used in any RPG style game system. As I said, all of the miniatures are pre-supported, and any of their previous designs can be found on my mini factory. Speaking of which, all tier 2 and tier 3 members of their Patreon not only get their downloadable STLs, they also get exclusive voting rights on upcoming releases, as well as a 25% discount on their My Mini Factory store. The Black Rock Killers are available on their Patreon all throughout April, but there are already whispers of what's coming next. So for all of that and more miniatures every single month, check out the link in the description to Torchlight Models Patreon right now to see just what's on offer. Thank you very much to Torchlight Models for sponsoring today's video, and thank you for checking out the links of fantastic supporters of the channel. Well, guess which idiot forgot to turn the microphone on before recording this section. What I want to say is the prints look amazing. They've come out really well. Not a single fail on any of them. They're clearly supported really well. But the print did take just shy of 2.5 hours rather than 1 hour 49 like the software told us. But it's time to get the second print going and get these cleaned up. So to clean up my prints, I do it the same way every time. I use a plastic razor blade to take them off the bed and then dunk them in some, like a dirty sink of isopropyl alcohol. This is like a first bath. The reason I use a dirty sink first is because it gets the bulk of the excess off, which means I don't have to change the larger quantity in my wash station. And then I chuck them in my Elegoo wash station for about 10 minutes. This gives them a really good clean. It's basically a washing machine full of alcohol. Then once they've been washed, I soak them in hot water, just from the tap, not boiling water, to soften the resin, which makes getting supports off much easier, and it's less likely to damage the model. After that, I'll let them air dry and then chuck them in my cure station for about 3.5 minutes. Well, I've got to go stream now, so hopefully they're done by the time I've finished. So all of those printed last night, and we're about 5 hours worth of print time and maybe like 20 to 25 minutes of work time, because I've gone ahead and cleaned up the other prints and got them out. So these are all been cured. So now what I've got to do is go around and clean them all up, clean off where the supports were, clean off excess supports, get the feet that fell off repaired, and get them stuck to bases ready for priming. So here goes nothing. $23 minutes. Not too shabby. Is that one gonna fall? Okay, 23 minutes. Not too shabby. And if you're just here to see just how quick 3D printed miniatures take, you could say around 5 hours and 48 minutes and 59 seconds and 22 milliseconds to get an entire Blood Bowl team fully printed, cleaned up and stuck to bases. But I'm not one to play a new game with unpainted miniatures. That's not my jam. So I am going to speed paint these as well. So stick around to see how I did that. And then it's time to prime. So I'll prime those bad boys up in Halford's Grey Primer, my favourite primer. It's great, it's cheap, and it's got a neutral tone. Then we dry them off on my pink tea tray, and we gaze at their beauty for all of 20 seconds until we dip wash them. That's right, dip wash time. This is something I learned from Midwinter Minis, where whenever I make a thinned down wash for actual painting, I just chuck it into a bucket, right? I chuck all of the excess that I don't use, or any colour, doesn't matter what it is, I chuck it into a bucket. And this essentially becomes a dip wash where we literally take the model and dunk it. And this is to add shade to all of the model without having to painstakingly like pin wash or anything like that. So I recommend it. A little bucket for dipping, it's great, it's fun. You make a right mess. So we're dipping each model to give it some contrast, because we're going to be using transparent paints to paint fast, so we need lots of contrast. So I use a larger brush to take off any excess, any really big blobs, but pretty much dunk it, shake it, and then leave it to dry with a hairdryer. Once they're dry, you can see it's captured a lot of the details. It's put a little shadow in all of those recesses, which is really important. So now we're actually going to take a paintbrush to it, and we're going to do a method called dry brushing. This is where we take the brush, dip it in paint, and rub most of it off, and we just like slap it all over. We like catch all of the flat surfaces, but we don't catch any of the recesses. And we're going to go in with Dawnstone. This is like similar to the Halford's Primer. So we're going to essentially take the brown tint off the surface of the model. And once we've gone over with Dawnstone, we're going to add white to our mix and dry brush this white and aim for the edges. This is to essentially pre-highlight the model. I learned this technique from Dana Howell. She did a lot of like underpainting tutorials and stuff. So you can dry brush all the edges of the model to catch the details, to bring those out. And then when we go over with a transparent paint, like this Plague Bearer flesh on an orc, it base paints, shades, and highlights the model at the same time. It looks much better than just having a flat primer and then contrast over the top. For the troll, I went for like a yellowy brown rather than a green to make it more like a deformed goblin, in my opinion. Before going in and painting the Under Armour with a black contrast, painting all the leather on all of the models, and then adding a bit of a green shade to the skin just to add a little bit of variance. You can see the timer jumping quite a lot, but that's just because I'm batch painting everything whilst filming this. So I'm painting all of the models one step and then moving on to the next one. For the armor panels, we're going to do something very similar, but we're going to be using a metallic instead. So I'm going to be base coating in black metallic, and then once it's dry brushing it with aluminium to catch those edges exactly the same way. Because we're actually going to go with the transparent red this time by Tamiya, a clear red, because I want to get like a candy apple effect. So by going over the metallic, it gives it a real nice shine, which is super cool. It'd be great if I could focus on this part, though. Once I've petted them all out of focus so there's no other footage of the candy red, they look great. It's just a case of highlighting some details and then giving them another dip wash. This is just to add depth to the candy red again, just add some depth and to the green again, and just pull all the colours together. It gives it a brown tint. It gives it a tint all over, which drags the colours together. Once that's done, it's time to baste them and they're ready for the tabletop. So there you are. How fast is 3D printing? Well, if you only print models, you can get a full Blood Bowl team or 20 miniatures in around 6 hours of this size. But 6 hours isn't really 6 hours because it's 5 hours of print time and the other hour was spent actually setting up the printer, slicing stuff, and then cleaning the models and putting them on bases. So essentially building the models, which in my opinion for just an hour of physical work time is pretty quick. The other 5 hours were just literally just waiting while the models were printing, and obviously this isn't a scientific experiment. I'm not like calculating every single millisecond start stop, but it's a rough guide of being like miniatures on a 32mm base will print in around 2 hours of this size, and then cleanup is however long you want it to be, depending if you don't care about support removal and stuff like that. If you don't care about the damage it might cause, then it'll be even quicker. But I thought it was fun to take the miniatures that we printed really quickly and see just how fast I could paint them as well. All in all, I spent around 7 hours painting 20 miniatures, which you might consider fast, you might consider slow. For me, it's pretty quick, it's pretty speedy. Using those quick underpainting techniques, it was pretty quick. So to have a full Blood Bowl team from start to finish, from resin to miniatures on the tabletop ready to go in 13 hours of like work time, but 5 hours of that work time I was just waiting for them. So really 8 hours I physically spent working on these. It's not too bad. You could do that in a work day, you know? I mean, not while you're at work, I guess, but so in my opinion, that's pretty quick. And this isn't the fastest printer. It's pretty quick, it's pretty speedy, but it is a domestic printer. It's not like an industrial printer, and there's some printers that print in crazy speeds, like crazy speeds. And as time goes on, 3D printing is only going to improve, which is going to make things even faster. And the problem in speed 3D printing is going to be the monkey painting it. So well, there you go. I hope you enjoyed this video. I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's tuned in, and if you could like the video, and you can also leave a comment and let me know if there's any other 3D printing aspects you're curious about that I could make a video on, then maybe I can. Or if you just want any questions roughly about this project, then do let me know. I want to say a massive thank you to Torchlight Models for sponsoring this video. Companies like them are amazing. They really help support creators like me. We get to show off their cool stuff, and in return they really support us, and we just get to bring you cool stuff. And maybe you want to get some Blood Bowl miniatures, or you get some RPG miniatures, or maybe something they do in the future. So thank you to Torchlight Models again for sponsoring this video, and thank you to you. If you haven't already, please subscribe. I want to say a massive thank you to all of these beautiful members that we have that also make the channel possible, and without them I couldn't turn the lights on. So thank you very much to them. Thanks very much to you for watching. Consider becoming a member today. Check out Torchlight Models, or otherwise I love you, and I'll catch you next time. Bye now. Right, I've nicked the hairdryer from George. I've nicked the hairdryer. Sorry, I was just eating food. I realised my mic was muted whilst I was eating, so my apologies. I was getting set up and I'll be back. I've nicked a hairdryer. That might be helpful at this point. Everything's very wet.
So if you're joining us, thanks for tuning in. I'm currently painting all of Kill Team Gallo Dark, the terrain anyway. We've painted a lot of it. This is kind of like what it's looking like at the minute. That's where we're at, but it's still very wet. That's the problem. So I'm going to have to try and speed this up a little bit with a hairdryer. So I'm going to have to mute my microphone and give it a slap and see what happens. I think it's really struggling because it's mostly water. So I'm actually going to get some kitchen roll and try and dab a lot of it off. It's not like, because it's homemade, it's not like paint medium that's like waiting to dry. It's literally water waiting to evaporate, which is going to take a lot longer than a wash would. So I'm going to try and take a lot of the excess off with this paper towel. It's still going to be great. It's still going to be fine. Because we want it to settle in the recesses, which the paper towel can't get to. Very well, anyway. And I might be able to dry brush the top, because the top should be dry. It's like here, look, you know what I mean? It's like, it's in the deep recesses. It's still kind of a bit damp. Thanks, Christ, White Spirits have turned up. Nice, bud. Been waiting a while. We're just taking some of the excess off. It'll help the speed up the process, because it's just going to evaporate anyway. It's not actually going to leave any paint there. But it looks decent though. Look at that. Looks great. But obviously you want to airbrush the screens as well, which you can't do while it's wet. So it's just going to blow the paint everywhere. The more we can speed up the drying process, the better. How's everyone doing? How you all doing? Thanks for tuning in. What are you up to? Are you painting? You hanging out? Obviously, you've been here from the start of Asher already, so don't worry about answering again. Unless you've changed topic, and let us know. How's Mikey today? Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm doing good. I've lost my hairdryer, so I'm about to nick one. And I'm doing good. I'm quite surprised that this has worked. I was a bit unsure at first about it working because I've never stippled before, but it does seem to have come out alright. You know? I mean, that was quite good. That was quite good. Yeet! It's just getting the wash to dry, that's all. It's obviously like a homemade wash, so it's mostly water. It doesn't dry when it's like
like a normal day like today. I need to go outside really. Let's check in. Cringe. I think that has come out pretty well. The washers worked a treat. Except for the fact that they're going to dry. Painting Demonette's nice, bud. Oh, Slanesh any good? I haven't really looked at the Slanesh rules yet. Are they good? Or they kind of been a bit nerfed since last edition? They're kind of like the only way to play demons for a while. Now it's like Zinch and Korn because they were both sucking the last one. Nurgle still suffering their sins for some reason. Like for people spamming Nurglings. Yeah, LGT is doable. I need to book a hotel for LGT. Me and Vince need somewhere to stay. If anyone knows anywhere really good, not Premier Inn, that'd be really nice. I need to find somewhere fast. It's not a chance. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just stream all day when I really need to find a hotel. I think they're still good in demons. There's a list called War Crimes on Goonhammer. Oh, really? Good, but nerfed with in that no advance and charge on native strike first. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, it just feels like it's nice that Plague Bearers have gone to 2 wounds and T5, but it's a real shame that they've lost like -1 damage. You know, or feel no pain. Kind of sucky that they lost that because like that'd make them insanely good, and they are kind of expensive. That'd make them like really, really good. Like the fact that Beast's heal is really cool, but it can be countered quite easily because you just fail a few saves in combat and they die. Lost special rules but gain raw stats throughout the book. Yeah, exactly. I think that's like the book as a whole, isn't it? You know, like Plague Bearers feel like they can do stuff, and it feels like they're quite chunky as well. It's just they've lost some of their more innate. Keepers have sold out shock horror, really. As I've not really read the Slanesh, I pretty much only read the Nurgle part because that's what part I was playing. I was really surprised there's no generic demon strats, you know? That's what I was really surprised at, like generic demon strats. There's just like 6 per book. Because like if you are mixed, you don't get any of the stratagems as far as I'm aware. Bloodthirst are better by miles. Yeah, I've heard about the Bloodthirst. They're having like a horrific amount of attacks and all it like Thunder Hammer. Warp Storm is the generic strats. I guess so, but it's not reliable. But yeah, that's like the only way into it. It's like You can have any of the strats on the other one unit. Ah, right, okay. So it's unit based, not detachment based. Okay. But you need a detachment of demons to unlock them. Makes sense. But still, it's like, it's so weird, isn't it? Like, I suppose that's a little bit more forgiving than I first realised. Okay. There's no real... Is there any reason to run pure? Or should you just mix all the time? You know? That just tells me just mix. You may as well take a great and clear one and a bloodthirst in the same detachment because you get all the strats anyway. Yeah, I thought you had to be like pure demon to get the strat, so I always misread that. But pure one type of demon, like pure Nurgle to get the demon, Nurgle demon stuff. So it just sounds like there's no point. I'm still waiting for Legion of the First Prince in 40k. I mean, there's Disciples still. That's basically Legion of the First Prince, right? I'm not sure they're going to do anything else with it. Yeah. It feels like these have dried just as quick as everything else. It's just the pools that are the problem. But these look fine, don't they? I feel like I'm polishing up old oily parts. Disciples is that Legion of the First Prince. Good beast support in that too, really. I don't have a Be'lakor. I got rid of it because I was like, I'm never going to use this. And then they've made him really good. Because I was like, oh, I could play Be'lakor in AOS and 40k. But he's not really good to mix with Maggotkin. He's fine, but, you know. So I was like, oh, I'll get rid of this. I don't need it. And now I'm like, I want a Be'lakor. I see the problem with playing loads of armies is like you just want everything for everything, and you just can't like you can't win. There's always something else you're gonna need for every army. I made a rank on this table. You know, that's what games don't want. They want you to play an army and be like, oh well, I need this for my army now, and now I need this for my army. But when you play like 5, it's just impossible. You know what I mean? If I was playing pure day, 3 soul grinders on the way. But I just can't afford to play like that, you know. I don't have the time. That's the problem. Time's the biggest issue. I can't afford the time investment. Right, did she dry brush silver first? I think she did. I think she did. Let's have a look.
That's right. There's just a couple of steps left. First, I need a quick brush with silver again.
And then riser. Cool. Quick light dry brush with silver again.
There's a bit too much on there. Yeah, definitely a bit too much on there. You know. Flip it over. Like that. There we go. Much better. Full rerolls to hit for Beast. And extract to revive a full heal Beast if anything runs. Ooh, that is good, to be fair. Yeah, because Bellacor's got like Chapter Master anti, which would be really good for the Beast because obviously they're looking for 6s to hit. That would be very good. Bellacore, Ground Clean 1, 7 Beasts. Does that mean I don't have to take Plague Bearers? I like running pure Nurgle, but if I don't have to take Plague Bearers, I can make my list work. That might be more ideal. Beast not core. Ah, okay. Well, that's no good then. It's funny that beasts aren't core, but Plague Drones are. Chapter Master Boy and Disciples, it isn't core locked. Interesting. Interesting. What's your favourite army you have at the moment? Always has, always will be Space Marines, bud. My Blood Ravens are my babies. Definitely my favourite army to paint, definitely my favourite army to play, and it looks the best. It's just, I'm too good with them. That's the problem. Always the problem. Playbearers are good as frontline units. Yeah, but I could take a unit of something else as troops, right? What benefit do I get for staying pure Nurgle? That's the question. Is there a benefit for playing pure Nurgle? Or could I take a unit of blue horrors at like 70 points and put another beast in there? Because basically my list is 5 points over. I'm trying to work out how to do it. How I can make it fit. I can't do a patrol because I've got too many HQs. And too many elites. The only thing I can drop is like a whole model, a whole fly, but then 40 points under. Or I could drop a beast and I'm 70 points under. 35 points under. I want to, and then I could put one fly in and I'm still 30 points down. I'm a bit stuck to know what to do with it, to be honest. The ability to support around Plague Bearers are hit very hard. The list isn't about Plague Bearers though, it's about the beasts and stuff. You know, like I've got the drones, which are Plague Bearers. So they're going to be getting most of the buffs rather than the Plague Bearers itself. They are good, and it's nice to have those options, but like they are literally troop tax. It's like 500 points of troop tax. They're a good unit, don't get me wrong. But that's not how my list is playing at the minute. I get on with Iron Jaws. Oh mate, I ain't touched Iron Jaws since that event, you know, since we've filled in our team event. They're kind of fun. They're just a bit like very one-dimensional, I think. I'm trying to decide if I want to play Disciples of Tzeentch and start getting those ready for 40k as well. Because obviously we tried putting those like 2 years ago and they cocked up big time. So I'm tempted to like think about that, or Kharadron Overlord / Votann. There's one tied army, which might be quite good. I utilise my time a bit better. Did you not drop to a patrol and drop some Plague Bearers? I've got 3 beasts, so as Gumbly said, I'd take double patrol, but then I'd start with 0 command points.
I'll show you. 1 second. I don't know much more paint. I've got a little bit more paint in here, so I'll show you. I'll get my list out in a second, and we can have a look at it. What do you guys think? I've got a few more demon players in. It's still so wet, this. It's so wet. Okay, so have a quick look at this list. Oh, I realise I'm not recording. Yeah, so this is the list. It's 2,005 points. 2 CP. Because I've spent 2, 3 and a detachment. I could probably drop the entropic now, but there we go. So, small bot scrivener. Great and clean one. With virulent touch and endless gift. And the revolting resilient upgrade. So, -1 damage in combat. Heals wounds every turn, depending on what battle round it is. And virulent touch, so if he hits in combat, he automatically wounds. Mint. Sloppy to Bile Piper. Mint. 3 units of Plague Bearers, which is the tax, because you can't take Nurglings as a compulsory, which is really annoying. A unit of 3 Beasts and 2 units of 2. A unit of 3 Drones. A unit of 6 Drones. And then a Feculent and Armor in a separate detachment. So it's very similar to what I played the other day, but I've dropped Slimex and the Nurglings and put in 6 drones. But the problem is 6 drones takes me over 5 points. And there's no way you can just drop 5 points anywhere. That's what's frustrating. There's no way to drop just 5 points from the list. It's like drop 40. So I could drop a beast, I'd be 75 points under. I could drop a fly, I'd be 40 points under. And then, so what do you do with those points? I could drop a beast and put in a unit and 3 Nurglings, which would be fine, but not great. Feels like a waste. It'd be really nice if you could take 1 Nurgling unit as a compulsory. You got that Narmor, it's a 1 CP, it's a free detachment. Why is it free? Are those super heavy that don't cost anything? Or is it super heavy and super heavy and fortification? It's the detachment rule. Oh, right, okay. I don't know why it's not I don't know why it's costing me a command point then. Detachment costs 1 CP. Command benefit. Oh, there we go. So I played with 1 CP less the other day. It said the auto win when I go for Plague Flying Host. It has an aura of -1 to hit and actions cannot be started near him. Oh, okay. I thought Virulent Touch was pretty good. Because, like, you're hitting on 2s. But, like, obviously, his strength
8. He's only strength 8, so against knights you're wounded on 4s, but if you take virulent touch, you're wounded on 2s to hit. Plague Fly Host. Each time model main this unit in that unit makes a melee attack -1 to hit, and they cannot perform any actions. Not too bad. It's interesting. Yes, I played with 1 CP less the other day because I didn't realise that you had to select command benefit at the same time on Battlescribe, which is kind of dumb. But yeah, against big stuff, hitting on 2s automatically wounding is really, really good. Especially because you got 6 attacks, you're going to miss 1. So for a command point, on average, you wound in 6 times. But that is a very good Waller trait, though. The Plague Fly Host. Against infantry, it's fine, because you're winning on 2s most of the time anyway. It's just against big stuff, which is kind of like he's the only thing that can deal with big stuff. I played 2 tournaments down a CP with the Webber Gate. Yeah, there you go. I haven't actually used fortifications in 40k this edition, because I haven't been playing Nurgle. Nurgle's the only one I use it for, so... onto the chat one set. Right. Oh, nearly done with the old dry brush. It's just a case of painting screens. I'm just not sure what colour to do them yet. Maybe blue? Maybe green? Green might be good as like a nice contrast, but it's like orangey red, so green is like a nice contrast to the red. So that could work. But anyway, with my list, I'm not sure what to do with it. Like I said, if there's no disadvantage to taking like a different demon, what do I lose for not being Nurgle? Because I could go undivided and go, instead of some plague bearers, I'll go for some demonettes, some bloodletters, because they're the most expensive, buying pink horrors. But I could go for a unit of 10 bloodletters, which should be all right, and have 10 bloodletters and 20 plague bearers, just so I can fit them in my list. Obviously, narratively, hate it, but you know, I'm trying to make my list work. I'm not trying to play narrative. That would probably be fine, I think. But do I lose anything by mixing? That's what I don't know. Because it used to be you only got the loci or the locus if you were pure detachment. If you have 1 detachment on the late Nurgle, you lose nothing. No, what I'm asking is if I have 1 detachment with Nurgle and 1 unit of bloodletters, do I lose anything? You know, what if I'm Chaos Undivided? I have the book somewhere, but I don't fancy reading it, so if people don't know, that's okay. Also, hi Steve. God-specific warp storm. Okay. Right, so Warp Storm, you have to have a dedicated detachment. Right, okay. Interesting. Now you lose nothing? What do you mean I lose nothing? Talk to me. Talk to me. I'm very conflicted right now. I'm getting two sides of a conversation. Both of them are arguing with each other. Do I lose Warp Storm? Well, God-specific Warp Storm? Do I lose strats? Do I lose relics? Do I lose warlord traits? Well, if you go dedicated Nurgle, you lose the game unless you play top. No, I think Nurgle do have play. I just think the other demons do some stuff better. But if you can just mix willy-nilly, then you may as well. Like, why wouldn't you? As it used to be a case, you had to stay one faction to get certain benefits. But it sounds like you don't lose anything. If that's the case, that's kind of dumb. Mikey, your cyberpunk implants are showing. How embarrassing. Oh, yeah. You only lose God-specific Wallstorm if you don't have one pure detachment. So if you have one Nurgle and one Undivided. Oh, so you do lose the Warp Storm. No, what? I'm asking if I had just an Undivided detachment. So instead of having 30 Plague Bearers, I had 20 Plague Bearers and 10 Bloodletters. You know? So I'd lose the God-specific if I don't have a pure Nurgle. Which is kind of shit. Because the Nurgle one's good. I'm basically trying to find 5 points without having to change my list. Without having to go double detachment. Because I don't have many CP anyway. You know? I've got 3 command points. I don't want to spend another 2 on a patrol. But that would be the other way to do it. And then what would I spend 135 points on? Another unit of drones. Ah, another unit of drones. Ooh. So if I went double patrol, I'd be down to 1 CP. But I could drop that and do that. Oh, baby, maybe that's the way to go. That's a lot of bodies. Only 20 Plague Bearers, but a lot of drones. 12 drones. 7 beats of Nurgle. Oh, I don't want to paint another 9 drones. I've finished painting fucking the mortal ones for AOS. I don't want to paint any more flies. Ah, oh. God damn. That might be the way to do it. So 2 patrols, 4 HQs, sloppy. 3 HQs, sloppy, great and clean 1, and Scrivener. 1 unit of Plague Bearers on each patrol. 7 beats of Nurgle, 12 drones. That might work, you know, chat. That might work. That might be a very cool list. Pure Nurgle. I'll be down to 1 command point. Purely because I forgot the fortification thing. What the demons do I have? Well, Nurgle demons. That's pretty much all I've got on. That's the entire collection. I have obviously have corn. I've got Zinch unpainted. We've got Neil's corn. But I'm trying to think of a pure Nurgle list. That's all. Hey Luke, how's it going? I think if I was going to build any list, it'd be Soul Grinders all day, you know? Soul Grinders are so good. So it's on Tuesday. Do I speed paint 9 drones, not 6? Or do I play corn? With maybe some Nurgle backup. I'll ask Discord tomorrow. Mash these up a little bit. They're very light stippling. This does kind of work for stippling though. We said earlier it didn't. It does kind of work. I don't know if I'm going to get this finished today, actually. I've only got an hour left. An hour and a half. Yikes. P9 Soul Grinders with movement, tensile, and Ash is hard to beat. Yeah, exactly. P9 Soul Grinders is stupid. My points are they? $190, that's so cheap. That is so cheap. There's a really good Soul Grinder file that I want to print. Can't remember what company it was now. Spirit Eater, that's it. That one, look at that. How cool is that? 3 of them. Let's go. How can you have a time and a chance to paint till you finish? Scam Raptors. Ah, look. Paint. Paint. Would you say I have paint? I have painted Kill Team. The title of the video says streaming until I paint Kill Team. And I'm currently painting. So I think I've done the challenge. Kind of like the 4-year-old play. It's very similar to the Plague Hulk, yeah. That's probably the problem, is that it's similar to the Plague Hulk, so people might get confused. Ugh. You go corn. Corn would be fun. I don't know what we've got, that's the problem. That's Neil if he remembers what he owns. We've got quite a large corn army. It's just like, it's not like 3 Bloodthirsters. It's like 1 Bloodthirster, some Skull Cannons, 9 million Bloodletters, some maybe 5 Flesh Hounds. Stippling, let's go. Shane the Plague Hulk and the old Nurgle Baneblade vanished. Oh, did they? That's alright then. That means I can use those as Plague Hulk like models is soul grinders. And my biggest concern would be getting having them look like Plague Hulks, but if they've disappeared. Amazing. People are gonna be like, "Oh, are they Plague Hulks?" I'm like, "No, they're soul grinders because there's no such thing as a Plague Hulk in 40k." Sorted. Tempting. Very tempting to print 3 of them. Nice, do that. That's way better. Just spread it. Cool. Right, that's them done. But there's the best great demon flesh hands of solid 2. Yeah, so I could build like a fun corn list. Or I run another Nagel list with maybe get some more flies from going. I don't know. I do not know, chat. I do not know. That is ruined. That kitchen tower got any more? Oh, we got a bit of spare space there. There we go. I'm going to be playing against Billy, so I'm probably going to be playing against Night Lords. So. You know, I don't think that extra orange works, you know. How did Annie do it?
I've reapplied some bright orange spots of rust using Riser Rust. Finally, he's not.
Just random bits. Random splodges. We'll do it anyway. Trust the process. As long as you have minimum 6 pieces of nail, you'll be fine. 7 all day. Always 7. 7 is just the way to go, innit? Nail's number and all that. I mean, this has got wet in the washers, so it turned it into a bit more of a paint, which is actually working quite well. Right, a bit more stippling, and then screens. And then we're done. I'm going to check my phone because that's a reminder about later. Night Lords are terrifying now. Demon allies can make them super good as you can get additional -1 with more spells. Yeah, exactly. Now I think Billy will be probably playing pure Night Lords just for so it's easier for streaming. But he has a bunch of like demonettes and stuff. He's got like quite a well, not like a humongous, but like a decent amount of Slaanesh demons. Same as Chaos Knights can give -2 leadership and attrition. Yeah, exactly. That's that like we spoke about that on stream as well with like the dread tests where you're like -1 leadership already, and then you can make them -2. You can make them -2 to combat attrition, so they're running away on 3s and 4s. Oh, it's so good. Morale suddenly became very, very interesting because it's not done anything throughout the entirety of well since 8th edition. Morale's just been crap. 9th edition, they made it even worse because they made it so easy to not even care about, and then they did when actually this is now scary. Imagine Night Lords of the Great and Clean Chungus with the additional -1 leadership exalted trait. Yeah, that'd be so good. So good. I was in two minds. I'm like, maybe I do take Nurgle Demons to LGT and just like take 3 Great and Clean ones and 3 Soul Grinders and be like, alright, I'm running 6 Toughness 9 bastards. Come get it. But I just couldn't do that to my old the old Blood Ravens. Couldn't do that to them. But that would be pretty funny. I have 2 Great and Clean ones. I have a file for a Great and Clean one I really like. It's basically the Plague Father from Total War. He's very cool. He's on like a palanquin as well. Well, I just don't think I could. I don't think I could do that to myself and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to take Nurgle Demons because they're really good. I played Nurgle Demons in a tournament once before at Games Workshop. 90 Plague Bearers and some Death Guard. Is where I was running like the horrific Death Guard Flamers with 90 Plague Bearers to play the mission. I think I went 4-1. I was alright with it. Played on stream as well against Dick, which was fun. And you know, somehow you're playing to either leadership 10 Necron Warriors who won't care, or that one Ultramarines player will ruin everything. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what Nurgle Demons are doing to Necrons, for example. Because they just shoot you off the board and then murder you in combat. Which they would. So I don't think they're tournament ready, but they would be fun, you know, loads of T9. But I think, like, let's have a look. A duplicate roster. Nurgle Chungus. Heavy support. Soul Grinder. I don't know what the best loadout for it is. Warp Sword or Warp Claw. Warp Sword is strength 8 -3 D. Oh, he only makes actually 2 attacks. Malefic 2 D3 +3 -3. What's the Claw? -2, 2 damage, Malefic 4. That's kind of shine. Warp Sword. ×3. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Duplicate you. Get rid of the Wall of Traits and Relics for now. Keep revoltingly resilient, because should. Get rid of all the drones, no speed. You'd have to take 2 patrols. So you're going to be out of CP. Doable though. You could fit in 1 Beast of Nurgle as well. 3 Great and Clean ones, all with -1 damage in combat. 2 to Plague Bearers and 3 Soul Grinders at a tree. So it's doable. It's doable. Tempted. Remember Soul Grinders are on huge bases. Ah, they're on bases now, aren't they? Dumb. Imagine. That'd be a really cool list. 6 toughness 9 bastards with like 100 points to spare. 6 toughness 9 bastards and with invuns, 4 up in shooting, And 20 plague bearers. With like 80 points to spare. That's not bad. Definitely workable, I think. You'd spend 2 command points on the patrol, 2 command points on Wall of Trait and Relic. So you got 2 less. You're going to be taking the can't do actions and -1 to hit and melee. And then probably another Wall of Trait. Other problem is you can't deep strike it all. You can deep strike a lot of it though. The Great and Clean Ones can't all have the same Exalted trait. Well, there was no issue with the Battle Scribe, so maybe that's what we spoke about on stream the other night, didn't we? But you can just take all the other Exalted traits as well and save some points. This rides rough in working because my brush is wet again. It's just turning into a paint. Hey Furion, how you doing? I'm doing well, thank you. Hope you're doing well. We're 90% of the way there, which is pretty good. Day 2 Hellstorm points is great. Yeah, exactly. I think you would take that one anyway. Now being as like your back line protection. Running up with the Soul Grinders maybe. Keep dry brushing. Stiff pull. Stiff pull. Stab, not swipe. Stab, not swipe. Louis is 100% way through getting them off the smooth. I'm pretty sure he is, yeah. I hope he is, fucking hell. I'm gonna film this soon. The next one will be out by the time we film this. Okay. We're getting there. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the screens green. What do you reckon, chat? Screen? Green or blue? I've done so much stippling today, it's unreal. Because I've never stippled before. I'm caught up. I've caught up with my lost stippling time today. Green, yeah, I think green will work. Like maybe like a Sons of Horus type green. So it's like greeny blue. Rather than like a bright green. Have you painted much off camera recently? No, mate. I've been away, haven't I? I've been on holiday, so this is the first time I've painted in over a week. The last stuff I was painting was for the AOS tournament. I painted a bunch of Maggot King flies. I suppose that was off camera, relatively recent. But other than that, no Maggot, none at all. I've got to paint my LGT list, that's for sure. And now I'm like, I want to paint loads of flies. I don't want to paint loads of flies. I want to use loads of flies against Billy on Tuesday. But they aren't painted as of yet. But I would like to use them. That would be quite cool. I'm wet again. There's a problem because the wash hasn't quite dried, so I keep catching it, and then my brush gets wet, and it's turning the dry into a paint. Not a dry paint, so it's just smearing it. I need to paint all the skulls as well, that's true. Didn't even think about the skulls. Eee. Stipple, 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 stipple. Come on. Keep it going. The stipple song. Stipple, stipple. Stipple time. Stipple, stipple. Stipple time. Stipple, stipple. Is that annoying? I agree. Just trying to keep that motivation up, you know? We're all good. We're back. I was just saying how you don't end up in a stipple grave, you know? That's how you don't want to mess with a stipple meister. Oh, I'm all stippled out. Oh, mate, that was so much. That was ridiculous. Right. Oh, mate. Can't see chat, one sec. After I got so sad I passed out during the live game and I woke, was sure of, and I woke, was sure of the result, couldn't believe Tom 2-point lead. Yeah, we kind of played the mission wrong, but I will give Tom the win. I think if we played the mission right and I was gaining 4 points a turn from a great and clean one sat on Tom's home objective and he was losing a point a turn, it'd be very different. But anyway. Oh, I'm stippled out, lads. Oh, dear. Afternoon, Mike is just working on Necromunda campaign. I've done about 4 boxes of Necromunda terrain. That's ridiculous, Hokum. You do it all in one sitting? Did you do it all in one sitting? Don't say copium. It's not copium, you cheeky bastard. It's the truth. We played the mission wrong. That's very important in Warhammer. God, no. Why not? Stop being a scrub. Do it all in one sitting like a real man. Or lady. Or person. Right, let's paint some screens. So Caliban green, I've lost it. There it is. I'd rather be not a real man, I guess. I still have my sanity. What's that like? I would not know. I'm gone. I'm dead to the world, chat. Right, okay. We're spraying? We do be spraying. Right, okay. Screens. Screen. Done. I don't think that's a screen. There's so many little lights. I can't airbrush every single light. I think I'm going to do them red. Well, the wash is still falling out of this thing. Two screens on that one. Great job. Sanity's overrated. I agree. I agree. Sanity is overrated. I feel like I'm being dumb. There's a broken screen there. Three. There's two little plug sockets. I never noticed that. Look at that. That's so cute. Focus, damn it. Those two little plug sockets. Like UK plug sockets. That's so cute. Oh, that's sweet. That's really cool. That's how you know I've lost my sanity. I'm excited about plug sockets. That's not a screen, but that might want some LEDs there as well, some lights. So I'm gonna do the screens. The screen's green. Maybe the lights yellow. I'm looking out for plug sockets now. I don't see any more plug sockets. No more in there. That's not a screen. That's a broken screen. In there. How's it looking, chat? Is it a good view? I'm going to zoom in ever so slightly just to see what I'm doing. Right. Look at all the wash blowing out there, look. Cool. Yeah, I don't want to do the lights above the door green. I think that'd be weird. I think that's it. Okay. Are all these going to be green? No. This has been a great inspiration. I'm going to give this a go when my box comes. Nice, bud. Make sure you share some pictures when you do it. It has been rather easy. It's just because there's a lot to do. It feels very time consuming, but it's actually quite easy to do. Green. Bit too much there, but there we go. Why is it all suddenly so watery? It's suddenly just really, really watery. Try again. A bit more paint in there. Turn the PSI down a little bit. But I don't have to do it all at once for a stream. Well, true. I definitely recommend taking your time with it. I don't have to, but it's just a nice way to do it, you know? Obviously, it sounds kind of dumb to say, yeah, I don't have to either, but it's just like it's a fun. I find it fun to like go, right, I'm going to stream all day, and I'm going to finish all this. Enjoy. Because it's just like, it gives me like a time limit, which I struggle with painting. So I love to spend hours and hours and hours painting stuff. When I go, I'm going to paint this in one stream today, it gives me a time limit, and also like it really motivates me to just paint all in one sitting, which I struggle to do. So I might go back over some of these, which would be kind of annoying, but there we go. I think the surface might still be a little bit wet there, so it was kind of awkward to airbrush onto. Do these have screens? No. There. That doesn't have any screens. You do? Do you? No. No. Do you have any screens? No. No. Smashing through it. You don't have any screens either. These don't have any screens. This doesn't, this doesn't, this doesn't. Basically done. Look at that. Right, screens. One right. Cool. I had a chance to play 9th. Will do when guard credits drops, then wait for 10th. I'm not wanting to learn 9th just before 10th. I paint for pure hobby pleasure right now. That's fair, mate. 9th is in a better place than it has been, but it has been shit for so long that I'm not surprised people aren't bothered. You'll be so well versed when you do finally play there, because of all the Hellstorm streams you watch. It's kind of nice with the dry brushing on these little screens. Kind of looks like static with the green over the top. I'd say probably be dry brushing everything in the second because it's so hard to spot things. Really, really hard to try and spot shit. Also, I'm trying to like be overly cautious about looking for stuff. Got the plug sockets again. There they are. The plug sockets once again. Hey, Des, how are you, mate? Thanks for popping by. We're playing spot the plug socket on these. That does have a little screen on it, annoyingly. That's that side. More plug sockets. Is anyone else's stream lagging? I hope not. Sorry if it is. I've not had a good technology day today, that's for sure. It looks good my end, if that helps. I've still got green. So I don't know. Apart from having that gigantic wall and one tiny screen. I'm all good. Packing my bags. I have a game against demons tonight. No idea what he's bringing, so it should be fun. Oh, nice, bud. We've just been discussing demons and how good they are. I mean, like someone mentioned it, and I totally agree. It's like demons are very much the Gene Stealer cult of 40k right now. Like when Gene Stealer cult came out, they looked really strong because they had so many tricks. But as soon as people figure out the tricks, it's kind of game over for them. As soon as you know how to combat, stop them doing what they want them to do. Like, that's it. They're like shite. Right, that's all that airbrushing done for those bits. Been hanging. Why is it hanging? Has my internet crashed? One sec, I'll have a look. Ugh, I can't hear my music, to be fair. Is it still playing? Because my bit rate's a bit too high. Can't make its mind up today. Hopefully that fixes it. They're looking at the table saying, "Shut up, Stephen." I'm right here. What are you doing? I'm tempted to go Sybarite, like that colour. Like classy restaurant piano music. You know it. You know it. Is it too loud or is it good volume? Tempted to go towards that colour instead of like bright green. Sorry if it's lagging. Let me know if it goes bad again. Sometimes I just don't even know, you know what I mean? So I've got my back to my computer, so. I hate autocorrect. Oh, what's it done? And the painting handle, why not? My comments if I swear, is this a PG stream? It might do, just because like I have auto mod on, but it's just mostly for comments. So I didn't realize it worked for live stream. That's a cool green. Oh no, I've lined it down in the paint. No, it's got it on the paint. It's just so I don't have to like moderate all my comments on YouTube. That's why I auto mod them. Because there's just like so many comments from like spam bots and stuff. It's just a fucking nightmare to deal with, so I have auto mod on just to slow them down. Auto mod is kind of, auto mod's really good. You know, like I have so many problems with like spam, like it's YouTube as a whole, but like I have so many problems with like spam bots and stuff. Anything to slow them down, the better. So you can't put links, you can't put hashtags, you can't swear. It's just so bad. It's so annoying. But it's purely because of bots. Like bots with bots, you know? Feels very nautical with that colour, I think. That colour just screams nautical. Tell you something, chat, I've been playing fuckloads of Subnautica. Your audio is partaking in the action that can be used to create a baby with a lot of crackles and pops and snap too, because why leave him out? I'd unplug and plug back in the mic. Are you joking? Is it just sound shit? Fuck me, I'm just having a shite day. I'm having a really shite day. I love how I have to watch an advert on my own channel. That's so dumb. It's so dumb. It sounds alright. Is it just because of the airbrush? It sounds alright through my phone. I'll move it back a little bit so it's not quite as close to the airbrush. If so, you can swear, but I can't on chat. I can swear. They're a bit bright, but never mind. Maybe it's my phone. Yeah, it sounds okay through my phone. And Hokum says he's not noticed anything. So it might just be you, Steve, I'm afraid. I think it's the air. It might be the airbrush while I'm airbrushing, yeah. Looking decent, that. Yeah, I think if I do the lights and screen, well, the screen's green, the servo skull lights red, and then the like fucking panel lights blue, like traditional light blue. That'll look quite good. I just finished playthrough of Dragon Age 1 Awakening DLC and 2 on Xbox 360. Finished Dragon Age Inquisition on PS4. Linking the stories was fun. That's an investment, brother. That's definitely an investment. Yeah, I've never played Subnautica, but I tried it out. Just before I went on holiday. I was like, I'm kind of fed up with work. So I'm just going to chill out for a couple of days before I go. And my god, I fucking loved it. I played Below Zero first, which is a sequel. I played the second one first, and I'm really glad I did because I think the first one is better. So the second one was like kind of fun to play that one, then go back in time almost. If you like exploration games, I definitely recommend it. I was in how close to you? Cheers, Des. I'm like, I could probably say I'm done now if I really wanted to. I'm just doing some fancy OSL to finish it up a bit. And all of that, there's 2 lights. That massive panel. Right. I need a highlight colour. This is going to be the problem. It's like 3 layers of airbrushing. It'd be right. Get some of this bad boy in there. How thick is this? Oh, I've got an old GW paint. Still wet. Crazy. I might have to pour some of this away first. There we go. Your hands look like you just done a spark plug and carb clean on 2007 Bandit. Yes, they definitely feel like they've done that as well. Yeah, it's a good green. That's a good green. It's a good green, gamers. Oh yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Really like the colour palette you've chosen. Cheers, buddy. Appreciate it. Beautiful colour. Beautiful, Daddy. Beautiful. I don't know why I said Daddy, but there you go. Look at that. That's a perfect colour. That looks so good. Let's go. I like it. I like it a lot. Oversprayed? Don't even give a fuck. Looks so good. Look at that. That's just nice. That's just a nice part. Because I know why it looks nice. It's because it looks a bit like oxidization. It's that color palette, you know? Like the like kind of like what Annie did with her screens, you know? Where it's got like a green tint to it, so it works for the screens. Any problems with assembly one's painted? I know Ash from GMG had a rough time. So I've kind of gone over this already, but just for you, just quickly. So, like these, I've built these sections like this, and well, first off, I was masking taped all the parts I can. So these are the connection points. I'll put masking tape over the top to try and protect them. These bits are the corners, as you can see. So these go on, and there's one where it's not painted like this, you know. So these go on here to connect the walls together, you know, like that, and then you put a lid on. But what I've done is I've built them like this is obviously a separate piece. I've put them together like this because one, by putting this lid on, it masks off the parts that's going to be joining. I can't mask off in there. I can't do it about it. But like the top, for example, and under there, it's protected from the paint. So not only does it masks it off, so it like fits. Can't fucking put it on now. It's not together properly. That's why. So not only does it like go like that and it masks it, so we don't get paint where we don't want paint, so it makes it too thick. It also gives me something to hold the paint, so I can just paint all this together and then take it apart, and then it's ready to go. You know. So because they don't really go together like this very often. This is to make a corner section. So we had like this part and another part that was similar. Like that. If you want to make a corner section, you can. But it's not really for that. It's to go everywhere on the thing. And then these ones, I've blue tacked those on top to do the same thing. So I don't have to paint these independently. But also it protects the top so it don't get paint in it. That's what I've done. That's what I recommend. I'm back. You finished yet? Not far off. I'm getting there. I mean, I could say I'm done now if I wanted to. I'm just like putting some fancy OSL on there just to add some interest. Otherwise, it's going to look quite boring. But definitely on my way. Oops. Beautiful. 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 Can't wait to varnish all this shit. Fuck me. It'll take me days. It'll take me days to varnish this. I'm gonna watch you while I play Vampire Survivor. Nice, bud. Yeah, I don't know what to... Do I do the lights yellow or do I do the lights blue? You know, chat, I'm gonna need your help on this one. Definitely gonna need your help. So look, I'm doing the screen. Let me do this screen. Right? Beautiful. Love it. What about those lights at the top? Should I do them blue or green? There's quite a few of them. Above nearly every door there's a light. There's a light there in the middle. Blue or yellow, sorry, not blue or green. Do I do it like a proper traditional yellow, or do I do it blue? Like light blue? Light blue might work because I've got a bit of green on there as well. I like light blue. Yeah, light blue could work. I didn't mean green, my apologies. I meant blue, but you know. Blue or yellow. I think blue's gonna work. No green, I'm just dumb. I wouldn't do another light green, that'd look weird. I don't think I even own Tesseract Blue, you know. I might try and cheat with the blue. Maybe cheat. I could spray it white and then put contrast over it. Oh, I don't just do it the same way. That just worked. I think I just do it the same way because that worked. Yeah, I think blue will work. Like a really light blue. Blue OSL or whatever. Oh, no. Bit aggressive. I turn the PS to iron down. It's just not doing it. Right. I think I have Cantor Blue ready mix, you know. That's an ink. Not quite. That one, no. That one, no. Maybe it's in a different drawer. I'm sure I had khaki. Blue ink. Ultramarine blue any good? Or is this a shite paint and all? That'll do. Ultramarine blue. That's probably just medium, innit? Well, that's quite good. Right, what has lights on? We have to start from the beginning. With all of this. Do you have lights on? Say it with me. Lights on. This one has both has lights. Any more lights? No. So do the other one so we don't lose it. Very watery, so I might have tried some Cantor Blue just to thicken it up a little bit. Try that. Do you have lights on? Elmo has lights on. Nope. Don't know why Elmo has lights, but there you go. Lights for you. No. Lights on you. I'm going to do these blue. These top mask things. The energy coil things. Sound. Other end. No. No. I don't think these have anything on, you know. I'm just going to put them in the box. Yeah. No OSL on them. No OSL on these. They can go down there. Nothing on that one, don't think. No light. No lighty, no lighty. These I wanted to do blue. I thought that contrast the yellow quite nicely then. There, okay, they're done. Right, light. No, you don't have a light on. The skulls as well. The skulls are going to take me fucking donkeys. I'm going to do them another day. I think I've got to a point I'm happy with my heavy weapon team. Needs a few touch up. I want to practice washing on some generic guardsmen first. Ah, yeah, fair, mate. I said try putting a bit of gloss varnish in if it's not playing with you. Oh, you don't have lights on, which is nice. There's a light here in the middle of here. Right in the middle of there. There's definitely lights in the middle of these two. I'll put 4 lights even. There's a big tube. I thought thinking like these big tube lights, they look quite good in blue. I like that. I like that. Okay, just across the top on that side. The big fuck off light there. Another light there. Spread that out a bit. Oversprayed a little bit there. Another one there. So many lights, gamers. So many lights. It's ridiculous. Fucking tube light there. Run out of paint already, you know. Just gonna use Cantor blue. The ultramarine blue is a nice colour, but it's very thin. Did you ever finish Elden Ring? Yeah, mate. I did finish Elden Ring. It's very, very good. I think I'm about 100 hours in Elden Ring. Yeah, I stopped playing it on stream. I was just enjoying it offline, you know. I have been considering though, like, the reason I stopped playing Elden Ring on stream was because it was kind of like past the hype. You know, like the hype had kind of gone, like the initial hype. So I think it's fine to play on the channel then, but after the hype's gone, I think people just find it, people who don't care about gaming and stuff, find it annoying. It's obviously a shame because I really like it. And I do game quite a lot offline. I've been considering like not, well, potentially, I don't know where I'm going with this, but an idea I had while I was on holiday was to start up the Twitch channel again, but just for gaming, but not Warhammer games. So like it'd be like traditional video gaming, like Elden Ring, like Subnautica, like Multiverses. If I want to just game and stream at the same time, I could stream on Twitch, where I'm still streaming, but it's like it's not on the main channel, so it's because it's not Warhammer related. I've been considering that. I don't know. It was like kind of like an idea I had. I imagine it's more enjoyable to play when not having to perform for the camera too. Yeah, this is also true. Like, I don't really perform when I'm on camera, but obviously playing on camera versus playing offline are two very different things. But I enjoy it, you know what I mean? Because I find streaming quite fun. Because on the one hand, I'm like, well, if I stream it on Twitch, it's not on the main channel. If people really want to watch me game, we can hang out, chat, and I can play video games and have a fun time. And then when 40k games come out, we can play them on YouTube, or like Warhammer games in general. Because I think people, well, I like watching people I watch for one thing, and then they game as well. I'm like, I enjoy watching that. But loads of people like big channels have like second channels. And I'm not gonna get a second channel. I'm too small to have a second channel. But it could be quite fun. But on the other hand, it's like, yeah, like don't monetize every single hobby you have because you have no hobbies. You only have jobs. So, don't know what one of the other survival games I've finished. Yeah, so I never played it. I love survival exploration games. I never played it until just before I went away, and I started playing Below Zero, and then I played both that week. I completed both in a week. I was addicted. I was like, I need to finish these before I go on holiday because they are so good. It was really, really enjoyable. Really, really good game. I'm just surprised I never played it before. Yeah, really, really good game. So I played the second one first, and I'm really glad I did because I think the first one's better. Below Zero was fun, but I think the first one was a lot scarier. And I played that one second. Enjoyable, then you get 500 meters below, and then things get tense. Yeah, exactly. So... the only problem I found with it is very buggy. Like, I glitched out of places so many times. For example, like, Below Zero, if you look at my achievements, it stops after so far. Because I was at the bottom of the world, and I got out of my prawn suit, and it glitched through the floor and disappeared. And I was like, nah. Nah, mate. I was at the bottom of the world. I was like 1,200 meters below sea level or something, whatever it is. Literally the bottom area. So I'm not going to go to spoilers, but it's like the last area you go to, you know, at the bottom of the ocean. And my prawn suit glitched through the floor. I was just like, what the fuck just happened there? That's stupid. And then I was like, nah, I'm just going to spawn one. Fuck this. Fuck this. I'm not dealing with that. I'm just going to spawn one. So my achievement stops because I cheated, but I cheated because of a glitch, which isn't cheating. I was like, I am down here with all my belongings. I've lost all my stuff that I've been carrying in the back through no fault of my own. So fuck this. Fuck you, game. I'm cheating. I win, not you. So, but yeah, I guess it's a smaller publisher, but it was kind of disappointing to have that many glitches. But this is what it is. Definitely still a great game. Definitely really enjoyed playing it. Just good that I didn't get the achievements because I had to cheat because the game fucked me. I've got 15 minutes before I gotta go. I'll smash out this OSL. Should be a lot quicker now though, because I'm on the second layer. Oops. Well, I might have to cut the stream short because Georgie said she's already out of work. She said she was out at 4:30. No, 4. Rip. Cool, right. I'm going to have to cut this stream short. I'm going to do this colour, then I'll be on my way. I gotta go. Oopsie. It's basically finished. I'm going to say it's basically finished. Chat, it's basically done, you know? This is very passable to be finished. I think I'm doing more. I could just stop now. Bro, best go get more time for you to get your hair done. Yeah, I'll finish this colour. I'm gonna go. All I need to do really is just airbrush the white anyway. Just give it that pop, you know? We're all good. We're all good. It's basically done. It's 3 colours, that's for sure. I'm surprised no one's saying copious, but there we go. Looks like I win. Oh, tube light. Just join now. It's the blue and green paint for the glow of the lights and sun. Yeah, exactly. It's just adds a little bit more colour. I need to, like, I'm going to have to go now, but the blue will look a lot better when I finish it. It's basically just a bit of colour, just to add a little bit of colour, because there isn't a great deal. Yep, stuck. Represents power, represents lights, represents screens. Just add a little bit of interest, especially for terrain. You don't need spending ages on it. But you don't need to be plain either. Right, chat. I'm going to start saying bye, even though I've not finished. I'm going to have to go. I realised I clocked up on time. I thought I had until 5. It turns out I only had until 4. So, silly me. But thank you all for watching today. Really appreciate you all hanging out. As you can see, I'm saying bye while still cleaning my airbrush. That's how much of a rush I'm in. But it's been fun. I've enjoyed this little challenge. We've basically done. It's like 90% done. Literally, all I'm going to do is clean his airbrush. Clean my airbrush. That's what I'm going to do. So I won't leave any pigment in the nozzle before I go. So all I'm going to do is airbrush one more colour on the lights and probably call it a day. Ugh. So I can't do that now, but, you know, like airbrush some white colour on here. That's going to look so good. That's not bad. How long? 6.5 hours. I'll take it. I'll take it. You know, a little bit of a lighter colour here. Maybe even a lighter colour on the screens if I can be bothered. It's going to look banging, lads. It's going to look banging. And then we can take all the masking tape off. Spoiler alert. Bosh. Take this off. Telling me that doesn't look good? You telling me that looks bad? That was decent, mate. That looks decent. That looks decent. That is quite tight, even though I covered it. That is quite tight, even though I masked it all off. But there we go. Right, that's it, chat. I'm going to have to go. So thank you very much for hanging out today. Really appreciate you all. Well, I painted all kill team. I put paint on it, look. Painted. Kinda. Not finished, but painted. So, I want to go. So, thank you very much for tuning in. I love you all. And I will catch you next time. Bye. I'm going to run over here and turn the thing off.